Union Extraordinary Assembly on the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, during which member states will consider and adopt the post-Malabo Caadp agenda, henceforth to be known as the Kampala Caadp agenda. I have been briefed that over the past 1.5 years, the African Union Commission has led the process of drafting a comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program Strategy and Action Plan 2026-2036 and the Kampala Declaration, and that the process has been widely consultative. Ladies and gentlemen, on its part, Uganda, as the chair of the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment, has provided strategic oversight at the political level. The whole process, which has been under the supervision of you, the Ministers of Agriculture, has now come to an end, with the Specialized Technical Committee set to present the strategy and the action plan, as well as the draft declaration, to the Assembly of the Heads of State and Government. I congratulate you upon this milestone. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with the summit set to consider and adopt the strategy and action for the period up to 2035, I wish to remind you that this will be the third in a series of 10-year Caadp strategies, and that the third biennial review of implementation of the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program carried out in 2023 noted that we as African countries needed to do better than we have been doing in order to achieve the targets that we set for ourselves some 20 years back, that is in the year 2003. Therefore, I want to urge you as sector ministers across the continent to continue to guide us on where we need to readjust in order for us to meet our own targets. You will note that Caadp is one of the strategies towards the realization of the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Therefore, let us work deliberately to get what we want as a continent. As a continent's agriculture sector ministers, I urge you to deliberately work to reduce Africa's over-reliance on food imports from outside the continent. We must position the continent in such a manner that our agriculture sector is resilient to climate change as well as other shocks, and is adaptive to advances in technology. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, good morning and welcome to Good Morning Uganda. Today we kick off the second day of the Caadp Summit. We continue with our coverage of events taking place in Munyonyo during the Extraordinary Africa Summit on Agriculture, where we have all leaders from 55 African Union member states in attendance. Yesterday, ministers of agriculture from different parts of Africa kicked off the first session, and And today we will be continuing the second session where ministers of foreign affairs will be deliberating on different issues. Ministers of foreign affairs from different African Union member states, Uganda among those. Now, the Caadp is aiming at reducing hunger across Africa, and also making sure that we have secure food systems for generations. So, yeah, we have been listening to the Prime Minister's speech that she gave yesterday at the beginning of the first session. Chirabo, good morning.
Good morning to you. Well, it is day 2 of the Caadp, and day 1 saw the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. That was her opening speech, opening the first meeting, which is that of the Ministers of Agriculture on the African continent. But one pertinent issue that I liked so much regarding her speech, she said it is now time for action. We've done enough planning, let's go to implementation. And she noted a few key areas that included removing all trade barriers. She talked about ensuring that we focus on issues of research in agriculture, very important, on issues of seedlings, issues of pests. And she also noted so much that you see as a continent, if we are to move forward in the field of agriculture, we should also ensure that we develop what is ours for better. So it was a successful day. One would say day 1, and we are here on day 2. We are now, like you said, the Ministers for Foreign Affairs. Very important to note is why the meeting of Ministers of Agriculture and then the meeting of Ministers of Foreign Affairs. Why is it very important? Because one of the principles of the Caadp is promoting intertrade, or African countries trading amongst themselves, most when it comes to agricultural produce. So if you're going to do something between a country and a country, or at continental level, then you will need these people who are in charge of foreign relations and foreign affairs. So then tomorrow we shall see the heads of state that will have attended. Many are jetting in today, and of course UBC will be giving you those arrivals. As they come in, you have a very big team stationed at the airport, and we'll be giving you details of who has come into the country to attend this summit. And then after, they'll adopt. This document is not being worked on in these 3 days. It has taken time, and Uganda have been chairing that special United Africa Union Specialized Technical Committee that has seen the document that is going to be adopted by this summit, and we shall have the Kampala Declaration, a paper, a policy, a framework that is going to guide agriculture for the next 10 years to ensure we fight hunger, poverty, and ensure that Africa develops, because our economies, majority of them, are dependent on agriculture.
Yeah, and in her speech, the Prime Minister of Uganda, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, did say that we must feed ourselves to guarantee our future. That is Africa. We must be able to create solutions, agriculture solutions for ourselves, so that we can have a safe future as regards food systems. Now, in his regard, Ambassador Joseph Asako, he said, aiming for resilient, shock-resistant agri-food systems is what we need to be looking at as the African continent. And yeah, I can't agree more. So yes, there is urgency for action when it comes to the reduction of hunger in the continent, but also when it comes to safe food, because there could be food, but the question is it safe?
Actually, the world has moved ahead to only food security, but also now they move in hand food security and food safety.
That's right.
Because if Africa is to have food, because you can't have a future minus food. Now, it is not only about having safe, about having food available, but it's the food safe, the food chains from planting, post-harvest, and until that food gets to you. Is that food healthy? Is it safe? So these are also very important factors to look at. But still, like you said, the resilient issue is very, very important, because it doesn't make sense If today you have food and tomorrow you don't have food, just because maybe you have some plant varieties that are not resistant to a small spell of some dryness, or just because at one point there is insecurity and people are running away, abandoning their gardens, and they are refugees in a certain country where still World Food Program must come and give them food. So resilient, I think, is the key word, and I love the theme, building agri-food chains or systems that are resilient. If Africa can achieve that, then I'm sure we shall be very independent of begging for food.
That's right, Robert. We will be independent from begging for food. We shouldn't be begging for food because, again, we are the food basket of the world. We export most of the food that we grow here to the West, to the European Union and other continents. So we need to do better in terms of agriculture. But then yesterday, we also had terrible news that was confirmed during the day by Lubaga Hospital, and that is the demise of Caadp North Member of Parliament, Mohamed Segirinya. Earlier in the day, he was announced dead, even here on Uganda Broadcasting Corporation. But later we got diverging reports indicating that he was still alive, that he had been reported dead, but he was only brain dead. Now, medics have gone on to explain what being brain dead means, and that means that someone has lost to all brain function. There is no blood going to their brain, so they are brain dead. And when the brain is dead, it means that other functions of the body, other organs are also shutting down. So there was a report that they checked him and he had a pulse, but according to doctors, someone who is brain dead can actually have a pulse. Now the big question is, can someone who is brain dead recover? And the answer is no. When you're brain dead, you cannot recover. It was really sad news.
Now talking about Honorable Segirinya Mohamed, it's very touching. I knew Segirinya Mohamed many years back when we were working on a station called Magic 100 here at UBC TV. He was a very common figure, and eventually, somehow we got into the show. Now, I saw this young man, what is hurting me most? Struggle, because the Segirinya then, he would even come to do a show, but the person who would come to do the show, you would know this young man is struggling. Then one time he told me, Robert, I'm quitting this because I've found another job. I asked him, what other job have you found? He said, calling on radio stations. I said, how is that a job? He told me, let me use Luganda. Okuba amasimu ku radio, sente zenfuna, nebwompa omulimu gwa mitwalo 8 sigukola.
Reminds me of a gentleman who used to be called Tom Sange Kayinja.
So by then, Tom Sange was just a reporter. But Segirinya,
no, way before that, he used to call on radio stations.
We had Makolo Kavuma, Segirinya Mohamed, Mutyaba Isaka, Isma Lubego Wechibibi, Mokosuna. There were quite a number and regular. And they would call on any radio station no matter the topic. That is something. I don't want to say they were very knowledgeable, but no matter the topic, you're discussing health, they knew. So he became prominent, and he used the word Segirinya Mohamed, edobozi ly'ekyebando. Now, from there he went on calling on this topic, this topic. A time came, he joined politics, I must say. And what hurts me is, at the moment when he would have enjoyed the fruits of his sweat, is when he has gone to be with the world.
Yeah, it's really sad. You see that he struggled so
at
much.
His best moment in life. Remember one time he called me and said, Kadi bagala kujinyima, meaning he had issues in the nationality platform, giving him that ticket for Caadp North. And I was like, carry on. So it hurts, you know, when you're at your best. And that is when you go. It's very
indeed. So we really condole with the family of the late Mohamed Segirinya, the people of Caadp North, and of course his party members in National Unity Platform. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Though there are videos where he said we should never say that, but how do we not say that he was a loved politician and he really served his people well? Well, Robert Chirabo, we will take a short break, and when we come back, we have so much more because the summit continues and there is a lot of updates from that side. But before we do that, we have the press review, and as you can see with the new vision, we start with the headline: Seed School Heads Petition Museveni. Over 2,500 affected teachers in 76 institutions cite unfair recruitment terms. That is in the new vision. Now, still continuing with the new vision, AG report sent to CID, but the main one there is Segirinya, a life of social impact. Segirinya, a life of social impact. And still continuing with the new vision, I see AU Summit opens in Kampala, and there is a pull-out book series, Oyuga's Life at School, Escape into Exile. That is in the new vision. Now moving on with the Daily Monitor. Record smashers is the big headline there. And the Daily Monitor continues to say there are 3 more classes left to undertake the examination, with the last one set for 2027. So we have full coverage of that. Still on record smashers. Oh, I beg your pardon, that is in the Daily Nation. Now, in the Daily Monitor, the big headline there is Segirinya. The Kawempe North Member of Parliament, life was spiced by drama, unwavering activism, and deep commitment to philanthropy. He was a fearless voice against injustice and a tireless advocate for the underprivileged. Segirinya, the man you couldn't ignore in life, death. Why his key projects stalled, final hours when the heart beats but the brain is dead. Inside Segirinya's will, his last words, deceased Member of Parliament eulogized. Honorable Segirinya was born in 1988 and he has passed on in 2025. Now, still in the Daily Monitor, URA exceeds half-year revenue target by 322 billion shillings. And we also have jobs in the Daily Monitor. Then sold into marriage at 14, abused by 2 husbands. You'll find more on that story in the Daily Monitor. Now, in Scoop, Yada, freshest voice in town. Well, that's it with the Daily Monitor.
And now looking at the Daily Nation, here we have records smashers, and they give you who these are. That is in the Daily Nation, but also still some top candidates nationally. Also the Daily Nation brings you more of that. And who are these people that were able to break these records against all odds? Well, leading candidates in Nairobi also mentioned there. We quickly move to the Citizen newspaper. Revealed top performers as exports jump 14%. Who are these? The value of diamonds, cocoa, and some nuts exported by Tanzania more than doubled last year. Well, some good stories there on news. Aya Kuza, my ups and downs as Taweza Executive Director. Then also they give you so much on how the economy was able to thrive, and of course the success stories made there. How agency managed to seize a record of 2,300 tons of drugs in 2024. But you can get yourself any of these copies for more details.
Well, thank you so much. Now, there is a bit of a somber cloud that is hovering over many people, especially those in Caadp North, but we are with you in spirit. And here is a song, See You Again. We condole with the people of Caadp North, members of parliament, and most importantly, the family and friends of the late Muhammad Segirinya.
Give her official opening remarks. Madam, Right Honorable.
Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Ambassador Josepha Sako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Development at the African Union Commission, and your team, the Honorable Ministers of Agriculture from the African Union member states, representatives of the African Union institutions, representatives of the regional economic communities, development partners, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the people and the government of the Republic of Uganda, allow me to register warm and fraternal greetings to you all and say, welcome to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in the same spirit, allow me to extend a warm welcome to all of you to this ministerial session of the African Union Extraordinary Assembly on the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, during which member states will consider and adopt the post-Malabo Caadp agenda, henceforth to be known as the Kampala Caadp agenda. I have been briefed that over the past 1.5 years, the African Union Commission has led the process of drafting a comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program strategy and action plan 2026-2036 and the Kampala Declaration, and that the process has been widely consultative. Ladies and gentlemen, on its part, Uganda, as the chair of the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment, has provided strategic oversight at the political level. The whole process, which has been under the supervision of you, the Ministers of Agriculture, has now come to an end, with the Specialized Technical Committee set to present the strategy and the action plan, as well as the draft declaration, to the Assembly of the Heads of State and Government. I congratulate you upon this milestone. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with the summit set to consider and adopt the strategy and action for the period up to 2035, I wish to remind you that this will be the third in a series of 10-year Caadp strategies, and that the third biennial review of implementation of the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program carried out in 2023 noted that we as African countries needed to do better than we have been doing in order to achieve the targets that we set for ourselves some 20 years back, that is in the year 2003. Therefore, I want to urge you as sector ministers across the continent to continue to guide us on where we need to readjust in order for us to meet our own targets. You will note that Caadp is one of the strategies towards the realization of the Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. Therefore, let us work deliberately to get what we want as a continent. As a continent's agriculture sector ministers, I urge you to deliberately work to reduce Africa's over-reliance on food imports from outside the continent. We must position the continent in such a manner that our agricultural sector is resilient to climate change as well as other shocks and is adaptive to advances in technology. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, good morning and welcome to Good Morning Uganda. Today we kick off the second day of the Caadp Summit. We continue with our coverage of events taking place in Munyonyo during the extraordinary Africa Summit on Agriculture, where we have all lead
defenders of truth. With Mascari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archived stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves, their mission faces its greatest test yet. Be part of our journey and let's navigate the unknown, uncover the untold, and safeguard our future together. Tune into your public broadcaster, for it is the intersection of trust and truth. Because to UBC, your story, and every voice matters. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Welcome to Good Morning Uganda, your go-to morning show to kickstart your day with all the latest updates.
Let's dive deep into issues that matter most to you.
In a world of stories waiting to be told, the headlines are your guide. Navigate the currents of news and knowledge with our daily updates of newspapers. Stay informed, stay empowered.
From the roar of the crowd to the thunder of victory, witness the drama unfold with our sports updates. Whether on the field or in the stands, join us as we celebrate the spirit of champions.
Rise with Good Morning Uganda, weekdays from 6:30 a.m.
Once again, good morning, and again we begin with this. We begin this segment with more sad news. Now, yesterday we lost another member of Parliament. She's one of Uganda's longest-serving members of Parliament, and that is Margaret Babadiri, who died yesterday. She joined Parliament in 1996, and at the time of her death, she was one of the representatives of persons living with disabilities in Parliament. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Now, moving on, we continue with our coverage of the Africa Extraordinary Summit that is happening here in Kampala at the Speak Resort Convention Center. And it's a summit on agriculture. Yesterday, the first session was kicked off by ministers of agriculture from all 55 African Union member states. Today, we will have another session with ministers of foreign affairs from still the 55 African Union member states, and then tomorrow we'll be closing the summit with a heads of state session. Now, before we even start on today's session, we have so much more that was covered yesterday. There was speeches given by Right Honourable Robina Nabanja, but also the ministers of agriculture, that is Frank Tumwebaze of Uganda, and would like to go through those and see what they reiterated and beckoned us to pay attention to as Africa regarding our food systems and the future of Africa's agriculture. My name is Olive Monica Najuma, and my co-host is Chirabo Robert Nyonyintono. Chirabo, we are here on day 2. First of all, it is sad. The year has just begun, and we have already lost 2 members of Parliament.
Very sad indeed. When you talk about Honorable Margaret Babadiri, I must say she was so much in the disability movement. First, not only because she was a member of Parliament representing persons with disabilities, she used to move with a cane, is it called a cane? That? And of course with a helper most of the times. But almost all the workshops I attended my days as a reporter on issues of disability, she was one member of Parliament, if invited, who would turn up. And she had a small voice when she was talking, but she would always be very assertive and passionate, advocating for better living conditions of persons with disability. Actually, she's the first person I had speak of inclusion of persons with disability. Remember, previously, we were talking of finding special places for them. A different school for persons with disability. Different, but she came up with this thing, don't exclude us and give us what is ours. Let's be amongst you and make the conditions conducive for us amongst you. If it is a school, don't exclude us. No, let's study with other children, but provide us what we need to be able to study in that environment and perform better, the gadgets and all that. Now, going back to yesterday, I must say it was a success to begin with, because everything went as planned. We had the arrivals, the guests were there, the Prime Minister came and officially opened the first session of this 3-day summit. And one of the things that really took my attention so much yesterday, from the 3 key speakers, that is the African Union Commissioner for Agricultural Development and Blue Economy, then also from Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, who has been chairing, that is the Specialized Technical Committee. Now, they were all saying it's time for action. What it takes, we have it how. Because from the Maputo, then to the Malabo, they were saying the planning, and it's important also to note that what is going to be the Kampala Declaration, the process is not starting or didn't start yesterday. No. There's been enough time to consult. That's if you remember Honorable Frank Tumwebaze's speech. He was thanking people who have made this document, who have been part of this document, who have been consulted in Uganda and all over the continent of Africa. So already we have that, but what is going to happen is adopting it, looking through, perusing through, and then adopt. But the work has already been done. It has been widely consulted to have this 10-year document we are going to follow. Now, the word time for action was everywhere. But also, most of them were speaking of, let's remove whatever is hindering us. And I was touched when Honorable Frank Tumwebaze talked about the regional centers. He said that countries have been challenged to establish or operationalize 5, Africa as a region, 5 regional animal resource seed centers of excellency for improved animal breeds and yields. That look, even this way we just require a memorandum of understanding or something, and we could move this better, like Uganda has done, it being one of the these 5 regional centers that were selected, and we are and we are moving on very well at the National Animal and Genetic Resource Center and Data Bank. Now, pointing that we have those small things we are clinking on, as member states. They are keeping us back, and it is time that now we let them go. When the Prime Minister talked about us as Africa to stop exporting raw materials, let's add value. Stop getting, you're exporting so much, yet if you added value, you would get more than what you're getting in the export. Citing, for example, if you look at coffee today in Uganda, what we are exporting, how much are we losing, and someone just adds value and brings it in huge packages. She talked about the trade barriers. Yesterday I felt the speakers were touching critical issues that are affecting the continent, issues of climate change. When she said, the Prime Minister in her opening remarks or speech, she noted issues of irrigation. That look, African countries, we must wake up and look at matters of irrigation. We must wake up and look at research. Because one of the hard things, Olive, is research. Research is expensive. So, how many African countries research into pests, research into diseases, pests and diseases, but also research into better breeds, better seeds, that this is what we need. When she talked about need to do better, I love that statement. She said, there is a need to do better, so that our agenda of 2063, we achieve it as a better continent of Africa. We just hope and believe that action takes place, because according to the speakers, I was more than convinced that Africa, we are not lacking policies.
No, the policies we have. But you see, the policies we have, but and the adoption has taken place. But now, when you look at the declarations that we've had, we had the Maputo Declaration, and I had some guests here, some experts here yesterday, who said the honest truth is, not much was done as far as the declaration of Maputo. Now, the one of Malabo that was adopted in 2014 and is a running course ending this week before we adopt the Kampala Declaration, yes, there is some work that has been done. African countries have tried to do much, but still, there is still a lot missing. There is still so much more that has not been done. And it's important for our viewers to also note that these declarations are not legal binding. They are not laws, okay, set by the African Union. It is more like Robert and I agree that for the betterment of maybe our community, let's clean our roads. okay? So if Robert decides to clean his road and Olive, that is Uganda, doesn't, then it means we are failing on the declarations that we made. And this is my understanding from these declarations that we have done. But still, it helps us to have a strategy and plans for the next 10 years as far as agriculture is concerned, because when you pay attention, you realize that we also have issues that are continuing to get out of hand, issues like climate change. In Uganda here, you have seen that we are experiencing more landslides, we are experiencing more drought, especially in Karabunja sub-region, then we are experiencing more floods. And this is not unique to Uganda alone. There is parts of Kenya that are grappling with this, and different countries grapple with other things. And also there is insecurity. Like northern part of Nigeria has struggled with the insecurity. So how are the food systems in those areas? When you look at countries like Benin, you look at countries like Cameroon, Central African Republic, DRC, there is a lot that these countries are dealing with that probably makes, on a sad note, that it makes them unable to fulfill the declarations that were made.
The biggest challenge here is that these are not legally binding.
Yes.
To sound better, I would say they are more or less a gentleman agreement. You know? But very critical and important.
Yes.
If a nation chooses to implement them. Sad to note is we are not looking at a country as one country, but we are looking at a continent. Now, this can make greater sense than what they are making today. If it were possible that all member states of the African Union implement them together or at the same time or with slight delays. Now, the challenge is, much as we have similarities and we are separated by borders, our economies differ, our GDP differ, our budgets differ, our political systems on the continent differs. So, our climate, the weather also in some parts of Africa is very different. Now, let me just use an example, not to use my country, okay. If Rwanda, for example, says, I'll increase my budget allocation towards what we agreed, I'll modernize agriculture, we'll have drones distribute seeds, this and that, and Uganda doesn't. The main aim of looking at it at continental level, Olive, we cease to achieve it because people in Uganda will lack food as people in Rwanda will be having food. Now, the aim of fighting hunger, the aim of reducing poverty through agricultural developments will not have been achieved as a continent. It may be achieved as a country, but the vision, the aim in 2003, why heads of states, why African governments agreed to have Caadp was to look at continental levels. But we have those pressing issues, the insecurity you talked about. Even if we've grown food today and guns start, automatically we shall run away.
Yes.
And we are running away to a place we didn't plan, like the refugees we see moving in Uganda. Now, when we get there, automatically we don't have food. We are going to be fed by that country to some level. Then the World Food Program will come in, or other development partners passionate and willing to lend a hand. Will you have achieved this dream of having an African continent that is independent in terms of food security? Definitely there are those issues. When we talk about budget allocation, I'm not going to be having a war. I need to buy weapons and I'm going to invest great in agriculture. Maybe I'm going in a political that year and I need because our elections as African countries are very expensive.
Elections are expensive everywhere.
But when you look at the percentage we put into, you know, the elections in Africa.
Because also for the candidates, it is individualistic.
You're
financing
but
yourself.
also I'm talking as governments
yes.
printing. If you look at the Electoral Commission, ask them for their budget for the 2026 general elections.
It's expensive. It's
if
high.
you're to get that money and put it in agriculture, how many irrigation systems would you, because our farmers depend on rainfall-fed agriculture. If we are to get that entire budget, systematically, intentionally plan and give it to our farmers in Uganda that need irrigation pumps, how far would that go? But then you'll find that our budget priorities as African countries also differ. And not to forget that much as we are members of the United Nations, as members of the African Union, we are each independent. That is why I can tell you that, yes, you're talking of intertrade, but for me, I may not open up that much. I'm not compelled. I remember here when we were talking about the East African community, which we had our brother who had crossed the border to us around those days. How come the members of the East African community, we have free goods of people and goods and movement of people, goods and services. You can't do this. But you see, Rwanda was independent, sovereignty.
So it again takes you back to what you say, that these are not legal binding.
Not legal binding.
It's a gentleman's
agreement. We have
agreement.
different priorities.
Yeah. Now, Robert, I would like to get your attention onto one of the remarks made by our Prime Minister in her opening speech yesterday. She did say that we over-rely on food imports despite Africa's natural advantages. We have 65% of the world's uncultivated arable land, and yet we import most of our foods. What do you have to say about that?
Just look at wheat. Look at rice. You'll wonder why Africa imports wheat from Russia. And why, when Russia has issues, there's a country somewhere on the African continent suffering because of the war, where they have been getting wheat as their main.
And yet here we have rich soil, abundant water, and favorable climate conditions
Plus
compared to those countries.
That is a big and young population, energetic to cultivate this land. Now, one, opportunity comes to those who are prepared.
So do you mean we are not prepared? Because also Africa has 60% of its population as a workforce still in agriculture. So if we have 60% of our populations involved in agriculture, why is it that A, we are importing food, and B, why do you say we are not prepared?
Let's begin with our population, that huge population in agriculture. What kind of agriculture?
Most of them are smallholder farmers.
And in subsistence farming. Yes, they have saved us, and they have done a great job because we've not had lack of food, because they're able to feed their tummies. You know, you talk of a big number of Ugandans in agriculture. This is what they are doing. They grow food for them to eat, and then maybe if someone has the surplus, they sell. But in small quantities, you see a lorry of matoke coming to Kampala. But there is a man in the village who picks 3 bunches here, 2 bunches there, 6 there, brings them in one place. Then a middleman in agriculture from Nakasero where brings a truck, picks these. But that entire truck is from 20 farmers. Now, if you're still having those other people you're looking at as in agriculture, that cannot propel. Yet you go to Europe, you go to Canada, one farmer there is equivalent to 100 farmers in Africa.
How? What are they doing differently?
They have better breeds, they have technology, they have proper marketing strategies, they're in cooperatives. So they know, they're assured of market. 2, there are principles or there are plans that even when shock comes in, they can thrive. A farmer is insured. You know, they have better agricultural loans come to Africa. If we plant in our 2 seasons and by anything God doesn't give us rain,
we are doomed.
We are doomed. And that farmer, if they borrowed money from someone, season never sala, they will take what they have.
So they will go back to zero.
Even if anything happens, or a tsunami, whatever happens, wildfires, he's able to go back to the same position where he was because they have strategies. When you visit a dairy farmer there, you'll find a man in a small space with 100 heifers of 40 liters. You come to Africa, you find a Masai, a Turkana, a Karamajong, loitering miles.
With how many heads of cows?
With so many cows, getting, with about 200 cows, he cannot get 200 liters. You find this one with 40 cows, he's getting 10,000 liters. Now, the math is not mathing. And if you are still looking at that way of doing agriculture, sitting and planning. Second, the word resilient. You find this farmer there. They have gotten crops that are resistant. If therefore you're crying about banana wilt, you're going to find someone in Brazil dealing in plantain like you, and they will tell you this is not affected by wilt. Talk about potatoes. They will tell you this is not affected by potatoes, by this particular disease. So they have crops that are resistant, and therefore resilient is achieved. They have put in place various marketing strategies and value addition. For you here, you have your cow. If they don't buy that milk, it's going to go bad.
So now, Robert, I would like for you to, if still from your perspective, I understand you actually understand agriculture and farming, you deal with farmers. What would you say are the necessary adjustments that we need to make to reach agricultural goals? First of all, what are our agricultural goals? What should we make our agricultural goals? And then after knowing those, what necessary adjustments should we make as a continent, as a country, Uganda, to reach those goals?
First, we must transform
the goals.
Yes, the first goal, transform our farmers on the African continent to move away from subsistence farming, to go into commercial agriculture. Because when you look at the principles of Caadp, when you look at the various declarations, the aim was to ensure that this farmer we are talking about today, who is not in the money economy, is put in the money economy. So that should be the first and first. Two, when you talk about modernization and using technology as a goal, as an aim, as a target in agriculture, how do we do that? When we talk about having varieties, crop varieties, animal species or breeds that are resistant, because they're the targets in agriculture, are resistant, how do we ensure we adopt to climate change? That an African farmer, despite all calamities of climate change that are coming up, can be able to survive through these storms. So these targets, how do we achieve them? One, we must be intentional. You know, Africans, we are good at talking, but we must be intentional. We are good at gathering and making promises. Sometimes we even know not fulfill, but we make those commitments. Now, it is the time to be intentional. And what do I mean by being intentional? increase our budgets. I've had excuses from a number of African countries, by the way. And this is the excuse they will give you, Olive. That you see, we may not have the 10%, 16% national budget allocation in terms of percentage to agriculture, because agriculture is cross-cutting. When we repair a road, goods are going to pass there. When we bring electricity, value addition is going to happen automatically. When we do this, so the budget in agriculture is even in fact bigger than what we agreed to give. But I think this is not reasonable enough. Why? When you say you're intentional on something, you're intentional in a budget of agriculture and also intentional on where that money goes. Because it's very different to say 20% of our budget goes in agriculture, but what are your priority areas?
It's not even 20%.
No, I'm just giving an example that even if you went 20%, but the priority areas, is it going in buying vehicles?
That's key.
For commissioners?
Conferences.
Is it going in conferences?
Yes.
Is
it actually endeavored?
Or are we saying what are the biggest challenges for our farmers of the continent? That one, climate change. Very honestly speaking, you have a lot of your population depending on rainfall-fed agriculture. Farmers here in Uganda can feed the entire Africa. But if you are still having farmers, you have a bumpy harvest because of rain. You all plant, you go to the market with your green pepper, everyone has green pepper. Then the man tells you, that sack I can give you 15,000. Now, one who has irrigated and has brought this green pepper during the dry season, for you sold a sack at 15,000, can you believe he's getting 60,000? Now Achirabo says, green pepper, you've sold a sack at 60,000, let me wait for the rainy season. Green pepper afuna. Now, when the rain season comes, Chirabo, I plant green pepper. It is, everyone has done what? For me, I go to 15,000.
And you know, you have a pertinent point there, Chirabo, because in some seasons, like right now, it is dry. In January, it is very dry. But there are some products there is produce you're going to see, and you're like, probably those are the farmers that have
irrigation. They have, we have a class of people that have noticed there's money in farming. I grew up tomatoes and some of the things we do as a family. But because the land is, we have is it a stream that passes through? So you're able to irrigate. But I want to tell you, apply, right? Apply is like a box of tomatoes. When we do that and we have our tomatoes in the dry season, it can go for 800. Let me tell you what happens in the rainy season. Now, a 500 difference. So, if you're to increase your agricultural budget, what are those? Are you getting the best? Let's talk about seedlings. You know, are you aware, Olive, that most of our farmers getting the right seedlings or the right seed? Let me use, because seedlings are the right seed to plant. Maize is one of the crops we grow in Uganda. But I want to tell you, a person who goes and buys some variety and it doesn't germinate. Then they will tell you the best comes from Denmark. Look at the seeds. Go to Container Village here. That's why the Honorable Prime Minister is right to say, let's invest in research and come up with the seeds. So what are people?
But Robert, you have said, and in the case of Uganda, you have on this program severally said that yes, the research is there, we do the research, but then this research even wins awards at continental or even international levels, but it never spirals over to the farmers. The research is done, the awards are won, but the farmers never get this information. So probably research is not what is missing.
To a certain extent we have, but still there's room for more.
Okay.
There's room for more. For example, how many of our farmers do soil testing, soil sampling? Know that if I'm going to plant maize, what are the nutrients maize needs? Does my soil have those nutrients?
Or to plant or not to
if
plant?
it doesn't, how can I get fertilizers that will introduce those nutrients into my soil that when I grow? We've just recently launched, I think, is it the the University of Soil Science. It was last year, launched last year, that department and one of the universities, I think it's Gulu or something. So research is still wanting. There's still room for research, but also trickling down this research, like you said, to the ordinary Ugandan. It hurts when you go to Namuronge and you find that everything is here. Honorable Frank Tumwebas was talked about the 5 regional centers when it comes to breeds and crops. You find a farmer struggling with some disease, yet when you go to this, our National Animal Genetic Research Center, you're going to find a breed called Jersey. It's a breed of cow, Ganze. That thing is resistant, yet gives you high quality milk. But you'll find a...
Resistant to what?
Resistant to diseases. These Frisians, not to discampaign them, tick fever can kill them like nothing. Something small, dry spell. Now I've seen some Ganze there. Those ones you've seen with white and brown. That is the type of cow I'm talking about. We have it at our government centers. Modern technology. Today, when you talk about, for example, the cows, you no longer need to have bulls to mount your cows. No. Insemination. And even with insemination, now there's what they call selected semen. Me as a farmer, the inseminator will only give my cow semen that I know that is going to be a cow.
So it's like how people are, you a dog breeder as well.
Yes.
It's like what is done with dogs, where you can maybe have this breed and you crossbreed it with another breed, something like that.
Yeah, but here...
Like you choose.
Yeah, but here, with what we have come up as a country, I know it is no longer that an inseminator is going to inseminate my cow and I wait. Is it going to give birth to a male or a female? No.
Now you know.
You know, you select. It's called selected semen. All this research is there. But how many farmers in cattle are suffering? It gave birth to a bull.
Okay, Robert, there is that. So there is the existence of this research and this new technology. But the other question is...
Very rich levels of embryo. They bring the whole thing and put it in your cow.
Okay, Robert, I get what you're saying. But let's talk about affordability. How affordable are all these new innovations and advances in agriculture?
That's where investment in agriculture by governments, by African governments, as a priority. Let's leave these excuses of when we put, money will go. Investment so that government can subsidize. That something like semen that would take me 300,000, between 250 and 300,000, if government subsidizes on this initiative, maybe it could take me 50,000.
Because you're a smallholder farmer, you don't have so much money to invest. When government subsidizes, you're able to get what you couldn't get before. Because the concern from some of our viewers on the program yesterday, some of them, the concern was, you are mainly focusing on large-scale farmers and agricultural players, but how about the smallholder farmer? And we know that this is the person who is actually holding our agriculture sector. This is the person feeding the nation. Yes. So they are working in they are working maybe individualistically or in small groups, but they are smallholder farmers. So subsidization of some of these technologies would be really necessary.
Excuse me, is what we really need. And that can only happen when government has increased the budget, and that increase is targeting the key priority areas. Because also when we look at, yesterday I was watching some international media on TV, and they were talking about Caadp that is happening in Uganda. Now they had an expert, I think it was from Zimbabwe, talking about why we failed to make our targets and what should be done. But he was critical, and I noted that it's not just a matter of increasing budgets. What are those areas? You've increased your budget, subsidize on seeds. You know, when we talk about resilient food systems, I'll give you a very critical example to note, and our delegates that are watching. We've moved away from what is us, what is ours. When Najuma was growing up and I, farmers never used to go and buy seed all the time. You'd buy seed, eat, sell, save for what you're going to plant again from what you've harvested.
That's what I remember the few times I was in the village.
Yes. Now, that meant that a home is not going to have food insecurity because they have been unable to have money to buy seed. We had chicken. You know, it is not that once it has matured, you've eaten it, you must have money to go back and buy chicks. You're having broilers. If you eat them, you're gone. You have what we call layers. They will give you the eggs when they have aged. You sell them, you're back to zero. Our traditional nkokenyoro, nkokenganda, whatever you call it, whatever region it was, because we name these animals according, that bird would lay eggs and hatch them. So the home would have chicken in and out. And where I come from, they would say, okumanya omusajja mwavu talina adde enkoko etakula wuwe. Because every home had to have. There was resilience. Nutrition issues that Africa is battling with today. Because there was an egg in the home. We had eating chicken was not something very hard because they would roll it around. They would survive the way they would survive. They were grown organically. Now, resilient in one way or the other, and continuity and food security, we had it in our homes. Come to what we have olive today. If I'm going to grow maize, I buy the seed, I grow. Now, season when salad, in terms of maybe it is a bumper harvest, I've not gotten enough money than like what I had planned to get. I may not even have money to buy seed. So what happens? The next season I won't plant because I don't have seed. I have to go back and buy seed. Yet those days your grandmother would have saved from what she has harvested to have seed. If it is poultry, I have my layers, I have my broilers. If I sell all and I don't have money, I've not been able to save money, maybe there's been some famine, or I've not been able to save, I don't have chicks. I have to go and get those that came from some business person who imports them from Denmark, someone who imports them from Germany, someone, and pay that person for me to go again in business. So in this framework, in this 10-year plan, how do we look at such initiatives that sometimes it may not be climate change as the biggest threat that causes hunger, but the nature of what we are growing, what we are planting, is something that we must address as African countries, and not as an individual country, because Caadp is a collective responsibility. Can we move together when we have these working documents?
Yes.
Can we implement them together to achieve the success and the actual aim of the brains that were behind the formation of Caadp?
All right, and of course, the actual aim was to ensure safe and safe food systems for Africa. Now, Caadp, the first summit took place in 2003, the second one took place in 2014, and the third one is taking place in 2025 here in Uganda. Now, it is normally a 10-year strategy and action plan on how to shape Africa's agricultural future. In those 10 years, they come up with a strategy, action plans, and then make them a declaration of what to follow in 10 years. So in 2035, African countries will sit in another country, and then they will look into the Kampala Declaration and unveil what was in it, and also what would have been done in the 10 years. So for the next 10 years, the word Kampala Declaration is going to be on the lips of many when it comes to the agriculture sector in Uganda and in Africa at large. Now, we have a group photo, and this was taken yesterday by the dignitaries that were in the first session of the Caadp Summit at Speak Resort in Munyonyo. Here you can see the Right Honorable Prime Minister Robina Nabanja and Commissioner Blue Economy over there, our Minister of Agriculture over there, and so many other ministers of agriculture from different African Union member states. This is the group photo that they took yesterday. These moments are historical, by the way, Robert. You look at them, that is not just any other picture. It's not just any other photo.
And very historical in a way that such a picture can only be taken every 10 years.
Exactly.
And why historical? When you see African Union usually has these conferences or such summits on a rotational manner. It may take us another 50 years.
I mean, we are 55
yes.
African Union member
to
states.
Host such again.
Exactly.
And you also know there is lobbying. It's not just that it's going to be rotational, but there's also lobbying. So it is very historical. Yes.
And also what you see in that photo are the minds that are shaping Africa's agriculture future. Every person that is there has a key role to contribute to the future of our safe and secure and resilient food systems in Africa. So that photo right there is something of history is being made, but history in the sense of we don't have to grapple with food, really. We do not have to talk about malnutrition and stunting. We should be looking at different problems, and the summit is aiming at dealing with the issues like that, reducing malnutrition levels in Africa, reducing the levels of stunting in Africa, reducing hunger in Africa, ensuring food security in Africa. So the summit taking place right now, it is not just, I had a guest yesterday here who said, when you engage with some people, they are saying, those are for rich people things. They have no idea why we have this summit. But I believe that our leaders will ensure that the information and the declaration and whatever is enshrined therein will trickle down to the grassroots farmer, because this summit is meant for that person. Actually,
why this summit is very important, because Uganda, we've held a number of summits, right from the Commonwealth heads of government, that was in 2007, the NAM, the G77 plus China, many. But why this one is very, very important, very, very important, is it's dealing with food. You can't live minus food. You may live when gunshots are happening because you can be a refugee somewhere. But food, so it's very important, and it concerns every Ugandan. It is for you, because they are discussing what you're going to eat and how safe we should ensure that the African continent, you have what to eat, and those that are going to come after you. That's why it's very important.
That's very true. Now, we have teams at Entebbe International Airport that will be giving us different updates regarding the heads of state that will be arriving today at Entebbe International Airport. Tomorrow, we will have the closing session at the Speak Resort Convention Center, and the closing session will have heads of state from the 55 African Union member states. So most of them are going to be jetting in today, the whole day, and our team at the airport will be giving us those updates. Now, at the convention center in Munyonyo, Joram Paul Sonko and the rest of the team will also be giving us updates regarding what is going on there, the events, the environment, the atmosphere, the temperature of the convention as it unfolds. He will be giving us different interviews and updates with different experts and some of the delegates that he will be able to get a hold of. Now, today's session and program will run from 10 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. And here we will have the joint ministerial session that will be Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Ministers of Agriculture, and this will be the opening ceremony. It will be live on UBC TV. Then at 10:15 to 10:20, we will have the welcoming remarks and statements. And the first one will be from His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, the AU Commissioner for ARBE, that is Rural Development and Blue Economy, to welcome ministers and participants. Miss Estherine Fotabong, who is the Director of Agriculture, Food Security and Environmental Sustainability. Then we will have remarks from Honorable Dr. Gideon Timotheus, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Federal Republic of Ethiopia. Then we will have a speech from Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, who is the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries of the Republic of Uganda and Chair of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. We will have another speech by Honorable General J.J. Odongo, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Uganda. Then we will have another speech by His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Salem Mazoug, who is the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Cooperation and Mauritanians Abroad, Islamic Republic of Mauritania, and the Chair of the Executive Council. The last speech of the morning will be by Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, who is the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. Then at 10:45 to 11 a.m., we'll have another group photo, and then there will be a health break. The group photo will also be live. Then at 11 to 2 p.m., there will be the adoption of the work program, a plenary session, presentation of the draft Caadp strategy and action plan 2026-2035. This will be a closed session. At 2 and 3 p.m., we will have the drafting of the joint ministerial report of Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Ministers of Agriculture, another closed session. Then at 3:45 to 4 p.m., we will have closing remarks by Honorable J.J. Odongo, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Republic of Uganda. This will also be a closed session, but we will have a roundup of the events in our news and different programs, and Good Morning Uganda is still continuing ahead. We have Julius Mukunda, and we will be talking more. He is the ED of CISBAG, so we'll have more conversations regarding the summit and budgets. Yes, stick around.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
In a nation hungry for truth, a world where every story matters, there exists a beacon of trust and reliability. For decades, they've been our voice and our window to the world, holding the mirror of our history. With 4 TV stations and 11 radio channels spanning 27 languages, they stand as guardians of information, defenders of truth. With Mascari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archive stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves, their mission faces its greatest test yet. Be part of our journey and let's navigate the unknown, uncover the untold, and safeguard our future together. Tune into your public broadcaster, for it is the intersection of trust and truth. Because to UBC, your story, and every voice matters. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Welcome to Good Morning Uganda, your go-to morning show to kickstart your day with all the latest updates.
Let's dive deep into issues that matter most to you.
In a world of stories waiting to be told, the headlines are your guide. Navigate the currents of news and knowledge with our daily updates of newspapers. Stay informed, stay empowered.
From the roar of the crowd to the thunder of victory, witness the drama unfold with our sports updates. Whether on the field or in the stands, join us as we celebrate the spirit of champions.
Rise with Good Morning Uganda, weekdays from 6:30 a.m.
Farmed fish, or aquaculture, as it's known, is one of the priority commodities being promoted under the agro-industrialization program. The goal is to see production of 1 million metric tons per annum in order to meet the national demand and for export. Currently, most fish in Uganda come from water bodies with a capacity of 700,000 metric tons per year. In order to address the demand for fish, government has ramped up promotion of fish farming, focusing on Nile tilapia, catfish, and mirror carp. Fish farming is picking up in Uganda, with 12,000 registered fish farmers across the country. Commercial farming is carried out in fish ponds or gigantic fish cages floating on Lake Victoria, like these cages belonging to Yali.
In a nation hungry for truth, a world where every story matters, there exists a beacon of trust and reliability. For decades, they've been our voice and our window to the world, holding the mirror of our history. With 4 TV stations and 11 radio channels spanning 27 languages, they stand as guardians of information, defenders of truth. With Mascari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archived stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves, their mission faces its greatest test yet. Be part of our journey and let's navigate the unknown, uncover the untold, and safeguard our future together. Tune into your public broadcaster, for it is the intersection of trust and truth. Because to UBC, your story, and every voice matters. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Welcome to Good Morning Uganda, your go-to morning show to kickstart your day with all the latest updates.
Let's dive deep into issues that matter most to you.
In a world of stories waiting to be told, the headlines are your guide. Navigate the currents of news and knowledge with our daily updates of newspapers. Stay informed, stay empowered.
From the roar of the crowd to the thunder of victory, witness the drama unfold with our sports updates. Whether on the field or in the stands, join us as we celebrate the spirit of champions.
Rise with Good Morning Uganda, weekdays from 6:30 a.m.
We continue with our coverage of the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program Summit that is taking place in Kampala. Today is day 2. The summit began yesterday, the 9th of January 2025 at Speak Resort, Munyonyo. We are expecting different heads of state to be jetting into the country for the session that will be taking place tomorrow. Now, today, Ministers of Agriculture and Foreign Affairs will be deliberating in closed session regarding the 10-year strategy and action plan that will be declared as the Caadp Kampala declaration that will take place, that will last from 2026 to 2035, because the declarations are supposed to last for 10 years. Now, in those 10 years, African countries are expected to basically carry out what was enshrined in the declarations. My name is Olive Monica Najuma, and joining me this morning for more conversation on some of the requirements by Caadp, which is financing, because African countries are asked, or governments are asked, to set aside 10% of their budgets for agriculture. But Uganda is known to at least be at 4%, which is, if you ask me, still very low. But I've had so many experts here telling me, okay, it's 4%, but the 4%, where is it aimed at? It could be aimed at other mechanics that support agriculture. That is the argument. But I have the gentleman here who is everything and anything budgets. And that is Julius Mukunda from Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. I told you, everything budget. Good morning, Julius.
Good morning.
Welcome.
And good morning, viewers, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yes,
yeah, it's our first conversation in the year.
Yes. And I'm glad we're talking about money. So, and that's the most important part.
That's very interesting, yes. So when we look at the summit, you've told me off air that you've been a part of, of the drafting of the Kampala Declaration. Okay. Tell us, what is the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program? How do you understand it, and why is it important for us to be interested in it as Uganda, but also as Africa?
Caadp, Comprehensive African Agriculture Development Program, is a framework that guides African countries on how to boost agricultural production for its people. It's a framework that is trying to make the continent of Africa hunger-free, to produce food on your own, but also to generate income through exports from the food that we produce as Africans. That is really the major part. And every 10 years, African countries come up with this particular framework. It started in 2003, and ever since we have been trying to look at how we can be able to ensure that agricultural production and productivity in Africa is boosted. So to another person, you just have to understand that from that particular perspective. Underneath, there are so many things that are supposed to be done. And it is reflected even here in this country. There are so many things you need to do to increase agricultural production and productivity. For example, you need community roads, you need to construct markets, you need to provide quality seeds, you need to ensure that we don't have fake inputs. So all that. And I think another important issue that is coming up around is about the health of our soil, because our soil is also getting degraded. I don't know if you know that in the last 10 years ago, you would just throw your beans anywhere, and then in the next day, in the next season, they just come up. But
growing up, I never knew that someone can plant amaranth at a large scale. That is dodo, because I knew it is something that was self-planting.
Self-planting.
Yeah.
So those are some of the things that are coming up. But also now we have the issue of climate change. And, you see, and climate change, it's not only affecting agriculture, but it's also going to affect us in the way we want to produce. And one example I can give you is that Europe has put in a framework to say that you need to know who is growing coffee, to have your farmers registered, so that they know that your coffee is compliant to their regulations. To do that, it is going to be very extremely expensive for us to even produce. So those are a number of things that you find under this framework that I was trying to say, as African countries, can we have a harmonized framework on how we can be able not only to trade within ourselves for agricultural produce, but also to be able to increase our productivity and production of agriculture in agriculture. And one of the key elements which I'm passionate about is then how do we finance all these things? What should we do as Africans, as African countries, to ensure that we finance agricultural production and productivity? And among the key benchmarks that Caadp has put in place is to say, please, let us spend 10% of our budgets on agriculture. And when you reflect other countries, I think it's only Ethiopia that has gone above 5, around 6.5% of its budget is on agriculture. The rest of us.
And Rwanda? Because I've heard Rwanda is on track as well.
On track, but they have not hit the 10%. The 10%.
Okay.
And of course, in Uganda, you have given us a favor level of 4%, but our numbers, when we get to them, they come to something like 3.5. Okay. But I think for me, the biggest part is really as countries, especially as Uganda, we know that 70% of our population is in agriculture. And we know that we have got a competitive advantage. And I have said on this show that the Japanese will beat us on everything else, but they cannot beat us on growing beans. If we put ourselves to grow beans, the Japanese will beat us on the technology, producing vehicles, but on growing beans, on growing peas, on growing millet, on growing cassava, on agriculture. If we put our house in order, nobody can beat us. So why is
us as Uganda?
As Uganda, but even as Africa, even as Africa. Because if you look at a number of African countries, we have 2 seasons in a year. How many countries in Africa have got to winter? Where there is snow and you can't get out or you can't grow anything. I mean, it's probably South Africa, yes, but not as bad as Europe.
Yeah.
So it tells you the potential we have as a nation, as a continent, to produce food not only for ourselves, but also for the whole world. So I think that's for me where the gist of the matter is, that we can talk about so many promises, but when the rubber hits the road, how much money are we putting in to ensure that the promises we have made for ourselves, we can be able to generate the returns out of it?
Okay, and there we go, talking money, because that's exactly why Mr. Mukunda is here with us. And we'll get into that, budgetary commitments to agriculture. African countries are expected to allocate the 10% that you have talked about. Why is this target important?
I think the target is very important. And to me, actually, it is the minimum.
It is the minimum.
It is the,
I also feel like 10%
it is the minimum.
Yeah.
Because really, when you say 10% and 70% of the population is really in that particular sector, I think you are doing yourself a disservice. If I was in charge, I can tell you, I would spend an entire half of my budget on agricultural production. And let me tell you why. Because of the multiplier effect agriculture has on each and everything. Just imagine if you invest in the production of dairy or beef, the kind of multiplier effect you have. Not only are you going to have improved value chain on beef, you know, the grazing, the production of beef, the production of milk, but also the byproducts out of that you can generate a lot of employment, you create industry, just an industry of creating yogurt itself. So it has got that huge multiplier effect that we are all trying to lean on and run to. It would deliver to the service sector, it will deliver to the manufacturing sector, it will deliver to everything and anything else that you want. Even in terms of health, because among the things is that you find that we have so many stunted children in this country. We've failed to provide school feeding programs simply because we don't have enough food. And even if we want to provide it, it becomes extremely very expensive. But if you invest heavily into this, your health outcomes will definitely increase. And you are saving on the health budget. So 10% itself, I think, is the minimum that countries are saying, okay, we have other pressures. We have defense issues and security, for example. I mean, I remember one time our president was like, if you want us to spend less on defense, you go and grow agriculture in Somalia. I mean, there is a point there. So you want to spend on defense, you want to spend on parliament, you want to spend on state house, you want to spend on so many other things.
Am I catching a certain... Are you trying to say something without saying it? When you say spend on parliament, are you saying that some of these expenses, like parliament, need to be reduced and put into agriculture?
You see, when the rationalization process started, and I'm glad we started it, by the way, after 5 years, you wanted to see reducing the cost of running a government. So when you reduce the cost, then the saving, you take it to where you think are your key priorities as a country. And I think that's where, as a country, Uganda, we have a challenge of setting our priorities right. That's the number one. But even on the African continent, because if you know that the biggest part of the population is in this particular sector, because expenditure is driven by need. And by the size of the problem. So 70% of the population is why it is. So you need to be spending more into that. But also it is a sector whereby people don't require so much skill, because a number of people have already done their know how to grow agriculture in the first place. So you want to say, what are my priorities as a country? And if I invest in these priorities, are they likely to bring returns to my population? And I can assure you, we can have this debate until the cows come back home. The number one priority in this country is agricultural production and productivity. If there is anybody who will come and tell us there's something else, we can debate about it. And if you go to the budget now and say, okay, how much have we budgeted for? 1.6 trillion. It is 3.5% of our entire budget. And I can tell you, even 40% of that is going to the salaries and to the other things that...
Buying vehicles.
Buying vehicles and all sorts of things. And yet you want to say, I want money for irrigation. First of all, put it there. You say, I want money for community roads to link our markets. But I think for me, the biggest missing link in financing agriculture are markets. You know, agriculture has got... The market is, the internal market is just standard. If you wake up in the morning, you carry your mangoes to Nakasero, they will buy them. Simply because they are hungry people who want to eat the mangoes. But as a country, we can't depend on such a kind of a market. Markets are negotiated. That's why Kenya wakes up in the morning, one morning and say, we no longer need your dairy products. We no longer need your eggs. And then you find us really, we are in a chaos, in a crisis because Kenya has refused to buy our eggs.
And we have all these products we cannot export.
Yes, we can't export. And I can tell you, if today you say there is a guaranteed market for eggs, all of us here, even in this studio, we would go back to our village and start poultry farming because we know there is a market for eggs. So financing markets is one of the biggest missing links we have in this country, and even on the African continent. Because if we don't do that, then our farmers have no incentive to grow. I was giving an example one time. I said, in northern Uganda, the Uganda Coffee Development Authority started a program for cotton. He said, they put a price and say, if you grow cotton, we shall buy all of it at a price. And at first, people are skeptical. A few farmers grew cotton, but Coffee Development Authority bought all the cotton. The next season, let me tell you, more than 100% of the farmers started growing cotton. And when everybody now found that there was a market, even those in towns wanted to go and grow cotton, until Coffee Development said we are no longer. And the next season, nobody grew cotton. So it tells you that when there is an incentive, people will go for it. And for agriculture, I can tell you, it is a game changer if we do that.
Markets.
Financing markets. We should not have sleepless nights because Kenya has refused to buy our eggs, for heaven's sake. That is embarrassing. We should be able to know that we can sell our eggs to Morocco, we can sell our beef to these northern in North Africa. We know Nigeria wants pineapples. We have the best pineapples in this country. I mean,
I think we have the best pineapples in Africa.
I'm telling you, no, in the whole world. If you ever travel out of this country and you eat a pineapple, you get a shock of yourself. You wonder whether it is a pineapple or it is something else. Or you wonder whether it is what shocks me actually is also the bananas. Somebody says,
which ones? The green bananas.
You find that there is you are used to the big ones. They are called what? They are called the big
bogoya.
Bogoya. And somebody brings you a green one and they say this is a bogoya, and you are like, and they say it is even ripe, but it is green. So for me is that we are in a very unique position to market our products. Yes.
Okay, now looking at still the budget, you said we are at around 3%.
3.5%.
3.5%, what we put aside for agriculture as Uganda. So what are the implications of Uganda's current agriculture budgetary allocation on food security and economic growth?
So the biggest problem we have as a country, and I think even across Africa, is that we've taken agriculture for granted. And that's why even you see during COVID, people are okay because they would still go in their field and grow and come back. They have food to eat. And because of that, government they are reluctant to deal with, to ensure that we can strategically invest in agriculture. Because why do you want to go in? People are already doing this business. Why would you want to spend more money on it? And which is fundamentally wrong, I can tell you. Because you want to push people who are already doing something. And that's why for me, when PDM was being brought on board, it was one of my game changers. I prayed for it and it happened. Why? Because I know at a local level, at a parish level, nobody is going to do anything apart from agriculture. And that I can tell you, let us wait for the next year and plus coming. Agriculture production is going to increase at a very high rate. And why do I say that? Because I know that most people who benefited from PDM are going to invest in agriculture. So you want to see funding to go into this sector and improve its productivity. I want to see more money in irrigation because we depend on rain-fed agriculture. I mean, God still really loves this country, that when we wait for rain, the rain is actually do come. Though sometimes they come more than what we want or they come later, but they still do come. So you want to see investments deliberated in that sector, and especially micro irrigations, because on average, somebody has got 2 acres or 1 acre. So you don't need a huge scale agriculture. So you need that. You also need, I think, also the biggest challenge is you want to invest in seed multiplication. and also seed certification. Because really, when you plant your mangoes and they promise that they will grow within 1 year, they should. If you plant your coffee and they tell you it's going to grow in 1 year, they should. So you don't want to plant coffee, you expect that it's going to mature in 1 year, and it takes 5 years, or it dries up, or it doesn't grow at all. So you want a strong investment in that to protect farmers from fraud. You want other inputs, you know, these tractors. You want other disease control inputs. You want to invest in that. Right now, there is a problem in the cattle. There's a problem of ticks. You find a cattle with ticks. Today morning, you spray. In the afternoon, the ticks have fattened. They no longer die, simply because you are using a wrong chemical on the cow, because there is fake acaricides on the market. So when you don't regulate that very strongly, then you are killing the whole sector. And that's what we're demanding from government. We want a strong regulations. We want strong punishments for those who are really parading and selling us fake inputs. So I think for me, really, that's the gist and nature of where we want funding to be. So that we can be able to protect our agricultural production and productivity in this country.
Okay. Now, I'm speaking to Julius Mukunda from CISBAG. They do everything and anything budget. And this conversation really touches on the elephant in the room, that is financing for the agriculture sector. Now, you can join the conversation through WhatsApp number 0709-602-592. You can send your opinions and also your queries to us. And Julius will be answering some of those, or other viewers will be hearing from you to get to understand your perspective on agriculture financing in Uganda. Now, Julius, like you said, 70% of our economy depends on agriculture. It is also important to note that 70% of Uganda's population are the youth. And in that same regard, it's important to note that these farmers are mostly smallholder farmers.
Yes.
Okay. But there are also the farmers that in most cases grapple with the financing problems. Yeah. So what are the key financing challenges faced by smallholder farmers in Uganda and in the continent at large?
Yes, I think thanks for that. As we try to grapple with limited public financing, you want now to see where else can we get money from. Because if the government is unable to provide all the necessary resources, where else can money from? But also is what other channels can we use to finance agriculture? And I think this is among the key elements that the Caadp is going to bring on the table. From experience and what we have seen is that you can, in Uganda currently, we have a very good best practice of public-private partnerships, whereby government brings money and the private sector also brings money to finance agriculture specifically. And our agriculture credit facility is one of the best case studies that actually is being studied, because government of Uganda put up a fund, the agriculture credit facility, in the Bank of Uganda, and Bank of Uganda has invited the private sector, the commercial banks, to come and participate in the agriculture credit facility program. And this is whereby government brings 1 million and also a private sector also brings another 1 million. So you're able to finance agriculture, and the interest rate has also been capped so that it is not expensive to finance, to make sure that the loans are affordable in the agriculture sector. So the ACF is one of the key examples that we have, and we are hoping that we can see even more funding going to it. And we are also showcasing to our other African brothers and sisters that they can actually take this particular model. It can work for them. So that's one area where we can leverage public financing with private sector financing. So you want governments to begin to bring those kind of models Because we do, I mean, let us accept the reality that we don't have enough resources. We might not hit a 10% target. But at the same time is that we can use other mechanisms and means to be able to generate these particular resources. We are also seeing specific loan programs from international agencies for agriculture. And I think that also speaks volumes in terms of leveraging public financing. So for a small holder farmer, what we engage with government is that you provide those more those kind of avenues for them to be able to get those resources. For example, in Uganda, we have also what we call GROW. The GROW is a government program specifically for women, but as you know, more than 90% of women are involved in agriculture production. So you're actually supporting that particular that particular sector. You have the youth livelihood program, which was there, that it also supporting youth who are involved in that particular program. So governments should put in place those kind of programs, specifically target the smallholder farmers. But we can also support smallholder farmers to ensure that also the environment is okay for them to get involved in agricultural production. Because when I'm a smallholder farmer and the seed market is not regulated very well, for example, I definitely will lose. When I'm a smallholder farmer and the market, there are no markets. So the people who are supposed to buy from me definitely are going to be very few, and the prices are going to be very low. So you want government to look at also the environment, to make sure that the environment is regulated. The biggest challenge we have in the African continent, when we went to privatization, we forgot that liberalization meant strong regulations. But we went for liberalization and privatization and reduced liberalization, I mean reduced regulation. And yet, the function of the state is to ensure that the environment is regulated, because otherwise you'll have the big boys eating up the small ones. And those are our small scale farmers.
Now, a viewer has sent in a question here for you, Julius, and he's saying, how can the government help people deep in the village to improve on agriculture?
Government has so far put a program called the PDM, the Parish Development Model. And that's one of accessing resources. That's first number one. But government can also go ahead and ensure and put in place and fund adequate extension program in this country. Because sometimes we think that we still know how to grow beans, but the environment has changed. Because beans no longer grow themselves. Now we have to take care of beans. You know, when I went during the holidays, I mean, they were telling me that, you know, the Irish potatoes is now being grown by only who can afford to spray. And in my area, we would have never seen us spraying, you know, Irish potatoes. So it is important government takes care of extension services for the people to know how they can be able to grow in this new environment of climate change. But most important, I think, for me is for people who have accessed the PDM money to ensure that they put it in proper use. And I think for me, the other important element where I think government can help us is on markets. And I will say it again, is on markets. Our government is very poor at marketing itself. Even when you go to other sectors like tourism, we are very poor at marketing ourselves. So for agriculture, the government needs to put its house to order and deal with financing markets. Because markets outside this country is not a question of who you are. It's the game you play.
The game you play. And how you position yourself.
And how you position yourself.
Yes.
Because if you know that you want to sell your milk to Morocco, then you come down and say, if Morocco wants this milk, what type of milk do they want? And then you come to the farmers and tell them the kind of milk they need to produce. A good example is to tell you, the Japanese will tell you we want squared watermelon. They will tell you that. If they tell you squared watermelon, I can tell you, they will not buy your huge 2-kilogram watermelon in this country. So you need to come to the farmers and say, I have got a market for squared watermelon in Japan. And then the farmers you help farmers to grow that because we have the environment. So a market is not just there for you. You look for it. You press yourself, position yourself, and market yourself to capture that particular market. You sign agreements, you make commitments.
Okay.
If we don't do that, I can tell you then, I mean, we shall eat our own food at home.
All right. Well, I have a comment from Jeremiah from Soroti. He says the government tries its best. The problem is sustainable agriculture is only funded in some regions, and other regions farmers are allowed to suffer alone with either low quality seeds or no market. If the government can be seeing each and every region's plan towards advanced agriculture, we would achieve our role. Take an example. Last year, we, the youth of Soroti, had a group of over 100 youth. We selected sustainable fish farming as the project and even went ahead to purchase some of the things that were and we got stuck from, that's where we got stuck from. Where we got stuck from is establishing the farm, but we had the land for use and everything, including qualified youth in terms of fisheries. We tried to look for help from government, but instead they went on to finance other youths who were on technical skills. It means the government doesn't see some youths, but sees others, especially those who have connections in front. What I suggest, let the finances like Youth Livelihood Program be open and all people be listened to, especially groups who are organized such as we, so that we benefit all the regions. Thank you so much, Jeremiah from Soroti. Now, before we have a comment on that, I have Robert Onyango coming in live from Entebbe International Airport. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Monica, and our guests there in the studios of UBC TV. Well, I'm by the names of Robert Onyango. It is a very bright morning from us this way at Entebbe International Airport, where we are just here to share with you a brief update of what our day will look like as we camp here at the VVIP terminal to witness the arrival of the delegates and heads of state who are coming to be part of the African Union Extraordinary Summit, which is convening under the codes of the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Program, that is Caadp. Well, the update we can share with you, like in the night, as I had informed you, that we received the first, of course, we cannot say is not the head of state, but the first Prime Minister of the Republic of Eswatini or Swaziland. You can choose whichever either way you can refer to that. That was His Excellency Russell Adramini, who arrived in the night. It was around 2 p.m. in the night, and he was received by the government of Uganda and escorted up to Munyonyo, where he is now with the team. He came along, I understand he came with the Foreign Affairs Minister of Swaziland, who is accompanying the delegation of that country to be part of this memorable event where Uganda, we are hosting almost the entire continent. Then this morning, the preparations are in full gear. The red carpets, if my camera person can be in position to at least give you the live images of what is happening, is already rolled, which means any time from now, we shall be witnessing the arrival. I must confirm the first president of the Republic, which I have not been in position to share with you for security purposes, but is coming in very shortly. The program and the protocol here guides that at around 9 a.m., the runway of Entebbe Airport will be open and safe to receive the arrival of the first president who is coming to be part of this event. And in the day after that arrival, we are told around 7 heads of state will be making their way here, of course, to give a befitting reception to this event where Uganda as a country, we are hosting the Caadp. So Monica and our viewers will keep us on standby here at Entebbe International Airport to ensure that we give you the live proceedings of whatever activity will be happening here. At the commercial terminal, delegates continue also flocking in. They are coming in to ensure that they catch up with the summit, because today there are sessions at Munyonyo. Tomorrow it will be an extraordinary summit where heads of state led by their own His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni will be convening to at least share ideas in line with the agenda already set. So for now, unless when you have any question from me, but for us, we are still waiting. And as I said, at 9, the first head of state will be here, and we will relay those images to the country so that they can be in position to follow the proceedings of this summit.
Okay, Robert, thank you so much for the update. Maybe I should ask on the other side of the airport, commercial flights going in and out regarding the non-dignitaries, because Ugandans are concerned that probably their flights might be disrupted.
Well, Monica and our viewers, the operations at Entebbe airports, I must say and confirm, it is still normal. The normal flights are operating as they were scheduled to be. There has been no interruption in that regards. Yes, the delegates are coming in, the VVIPs are coming in, but the normal flights are still operating. Those coming in and those moving out of the country. So there must not be any worry as whether there have been interceptions. So, okay, there are some delays in terms of arrivals and departures. That's just a few moments, but the normal flights continue operating as they were scheduled in the first place.
Okay, thank you so much, Robert. Hope to talk to you later on in the day as different heads of state start jetting in.
Thank you, Monica, and good morning.
Good morning. Well, we've been speaking to Robert Onyango. He is right at the VVIP terminal waiting for the first president of a republic that will be jetting in. We have not been furnished with his name for security reasons, but yes, one will be coming through and then others will be jetting in as the day unfolds. Now, I've been speaking to Julius Mukunda and we had a comment earlier from Jeremiah from Soroti and I'd like to hear your final remarks regarding the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jeremiah fell short of talking about corruption. I think one of the biggest challenges, of course, we face in this country, but also on the African continent, is that even the little resources we have are being misused. And you can imagine, you know of a case whereby we bought tractors and they are all registered in a person's name. Government of Uganda bought tractors for farmers and they are in a private, they were registered in a private people. So those are some of the things you find, and then you begin to ask yourself, really, even the little resources, if we had them, they would give us a very big milestone.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for having a conversation with us. And I understand you're going to have a presentation at the summit today.
Yes, please.
Yes, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you so much. Probably the viewers should also keep watching so that they can also see what is happening and also see how our country, how our government is positioning itself, especially Uganda, on taking lead in financing and investment in the growth of productivity and production in our country, but also on the African continent.
Yes, I've been speaking to Julius Mukunda, who is the Executive Director, Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group. We'll take a short break. We have more experts coming on to the show to share their opinions regarding Africa's agriculture sector in different ways. We are focusing on the transformation of agriculture in Africa. Stick around, the show is still ongoing.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Pick of the day on UBC.
One-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwao.
A weekly face-to-face conversation focusing on accountability, inspiration, information, and sensitization of the public. from the various sources, such as inspirational profiles.
Having disability is not inability.
Every Friday 9 p.m., it's one-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
Don't you see anywhere that you would give a credit in the fight against COVID?
My role as the owner of the country is not to, be preoccupied by giving credit to my servant.
We have said that if we are to talk to General Museveni, there must be certain conditions in place.
Is it true that you paid 5 million shillings to MPs that voted for?
Was brought to you by
I'll call you every day, yeah, yo, baby, dondolo.
You can now get all the Chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks, Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000 or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100 *21# and select daily or use the My MTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
Welcome to Good Morning Uganda, your go-to morning show to kickstart your day with all the latest updates.
Let's dive deep into issues that matter most to you.
In a world of stories waiting to be told, the headlines are your guide. Navigate the currents of news and knowledge with our daily updates of newspapers. Stay informed, stay empowered.
From the roar of the crowd to the thunder of victory, witness the drama unfold with our sports updates. Whether on the field or in the stands, join us as we celebrate the spirit of champions.
Rise with Good Morning Uganda, weekdays from 6:30 a.m.
In a nation hungry for truth, a world where every story matters, there exists a beacon of trust and reliability. For decades, they've been our voice and our window to the world, holding the mirror of our history. With 4 TV stations and 11 radio channels spanning 27 languages, they stand as guardians of information, defenders of truth. With Mascari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archived stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves, their mission faces its greatest test yet. Be part of our journey and let's navigate the unknown, uncover the untold, and safeguard our future together. Tune into your public broadcaster, for it is the intersection of trust and truth. Because to UBC, your story, and every voice matters. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Farmed fish, or aquaculture, as it's known, is one of the priority commodities being promoted under the agro-industrialization program. The goal is to see production of 1 million metric tons per annum in order to meet the national demand and for export. Currently, most fish in Uganda come from water bodies with a capacity of 700,000 metric tons per year. In order to address the demand for fish, government has ramped up promotion of fish farming, focusing on Nile tilapia, catfish, and mirror carp. Fish farming is picking up in Uganda, with 12,000 registered fish farmers across the country. Commercial farming is carried out in fish ponds or gigantic fish cages floating on Lake Victoria, like these cages belonging to Yali.
In a nation hungry for truth, a world where every story matters. There exists a beacon of trust and reliability. For decades, they've been our voice and our window to the world, holding the mirror of our history. With 4 TV stations and 11 radio channels spanning 27 languages, they stand as guardians of information, defenders of truth. With Mascari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archive stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves, their mission faces its greatest test yet. Be part of our journey and let's navigate the unknown, uncover the untold, and safeguard our future together. Tune into your public broadcaster, for it is the intersection of trust and truth. Because to UBC, your story, and every voice matters. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Well, thank you for sticking with us. Good Morning Uganda does continue, and we are still speaking matters, the Extraordinary Africa Summit that is taking place in Munyonyo, Kampala. It is the Extraordinary Africa Summit on Agriculture, also known as the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, Caadp. It is taking place in Kampala, and we have dignitaries from over 55 African Union member states that are already in the country. It started yesterday with a session with ministers of agriculture, and today we are going to have another session by ministers of agriculture and ministers of foreign affairs from the 55 African Union member states. The key issues the key issues that are being looked at is mainly transforming agriculture. The theme for the summit is building resilient food systems, and we've had many expert opinions regarding that, including earlier we had a conversation on financing of the agriculture sector in Africa, and now we are going to dig deeper into a conversation on the contribution of root crops research to the Caadp strategy, and I will be speaking to Dr. Bernard Yeda, who is the head of root crops program at NARO. Good morning and welcome.
Thank you. Good morning to you, madam. Good to be here.
Well, it's a pleasure to have you. And you know, when I saw head of root crops program, someone, in most cases, when you go to the market, you buy your cassava and other root crops, but you do not really think about the heads behind maybe the seeds and everything. So I'm excited to be having this conversation because I believe there is a lot me and many Ugandans are going to learn from you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here and to share insights on the work we do. And I'm extremely pleased to have the opportunity to speak through you and through this medium to the globe.
Okay. Now let's start with the contribution of root crops research to the Caadp strategy. And I want us to have an understanding of the role of root crops. What are root crops and why are they important to Africa's agriculture sector?
Yeah, root crops are a set of crops that are mainly propagated or grown vegetatively, and the main harvestable part that the humans consume are the roots. So they are characterized by high volumes of harvests. Examples are cassava, sweet potatoes, yams. These are the ones Narrow's research presently are focusing on, but the other root crops which Narrow is not focusing on that much. So these crops are characterized by high resilience to stresses of climate and also stresses of pests and diseases. Secondly, they are characterized by high per capita yield. For a fact, cassava can actually give for you up to 40, 45, 50 tons from an acre of roots. And then sweet potato can give for you between 20 to 40 tons per hectare. A crop like sweet potato is actually produced twice or thrice in a year. For instance, in the central here, where the rains don't tail off completely, you find that you can actually produce sweet potatoes thrice in a year. But in most parts of the country, actually, most farmers can produce sweet potatoes twice a year, meaning the first season rains and the second season rains, because you're talking of a crop that will mature between 3.5 to 4 months. You're already harvesting the crop. And then you are getting higher yields, volumes of harvest. So this makes these root crops actually a key commodity for the farmers, supporting, first of all, food security, and then because even in the midst of a lot of stress of drought, you are going to at least harvest some crop from the root crops. The fact is, the most critical time for the root crops is the time when you plant it. You know, when you plant it, the roots will form in the soil. So the first 3 weeks, you need sufficient water. We don't talk of rain, but need water in the soil. So that will enable the roots to form. And then once the roots form, the green part that's above the ground grows. Now, the green part makes, through photosynthesis, process of photosynthesis makes food, which now gets stored in the roots. That's why you now begin to see the roots expanding. Okay, they keep expanding, and if there is drought, the expansion rests a bit. Okay, now when rains come again, they continue. Okay, but compared to other crops, sometimes like cereals, when there's severe drought, they can actually get severely hit. So this makes root crops endeared to the farming community. And then also note that these crops can be produced by the poor, in that the input requirements for production of these crops, you're not going to put a lot of fertilizers, agrochemicals to manage pests and diseases in the root crops, compared to, let's say, horticulture crops and cereals and so on. So this makes root crops actually a commodity, crops that can easily be produced by the poor resource poor farmers. So linking to Caadp, actually root crops can contribute. Let me read from the sub-themes that root crops can support, directly feeding into Caadp. There is a sub-theme on intensifying sustainable food production. Root crops can actually fit rightly into that theme. And then agro-industrialization and trade. You know, these root crops, you will be shocked that you can make multiple products from them. Many people actually do not know, but you can make multiple products from these root crops. So they fit well into that sub-theme. And then when it comes to ensuring food and nutrition security, I told you earlier on, you see, you can harvest these crops for sweet potato and yam, you can harvest twice a year. And then cassava, you can harvest once a year, but the volume of harvest you get is actually going to be a lot to ensure food security. Now, the nutrition aspect comes in that these root crops, through genetic improvement or breeding, you can actually enhance the nutritional content of the root crops. You can develop sweet potatoes that are rich in provitamins, meaning they are rich in beta-carotene. You can get orange sweet potatoes. That orange color is given by provitamins or provitamins. So that makes them actually efficient for fighting vitamin A deficiency-related diseases at a cheap cost.
The orange sweet potato.
Exactly.
Wow.
It is, from research, we found that actually daily consumption of just 125 grams of orange sweet potatoes by a child will meet the child's vitamin A requirements.
Interesting.
So most people do not know that information. So, and also on sweet potato, you can also develop varieties which are purple inside the flesh, okay? And most people see the skin purple and so on, but the flesh can actually be totally purple. That purple pigmentation is caused by a compound called anthocyanins. So you can play with, through breeding, you can actually enhance the nutritional content. Those purple ones, those anthocyanins help to fight a lot of diseases. We say they have antioxidant properties. You know, many diseases that come to affect us as a result of oxidation in a simple term, oxidation in our cells. So these anthocyanins actually help reverse such oxidation. And as such, they can actually help to fight diseases like cancer, diseases like high blood pressure, cardiovascular diseases. So they're actually a healthy food. That's where the nutrition aspect comes. By the way, we also have yellow cassava that also has provitamin A. Okay, so this now where root crops contribute to nutrition security. Yeah, so another sub-theme that is being contributed to by root crops is sub-theme 4, advancing inclusivity and equitable livelihoods. Now, there are crops which, for men feel they have a preserve over.
Like
look at coffee. So,
and coffee.
So it's like they feel we are responsible for this.
They are made for them.
That's the kind of thinking
and
that has gone.
Yes, and the misconception out there is that, like for instance, when I look at, I don't know if it's a root crop, like, is it ginseng or mlondo? I don't even know the other benefits of it because men took ownership of that.
Yeah.
And then the roasted coffee beans as well, yes. Yeah,
so men consider those, like for mlondo, it has some phytochemicals which make a lot of potency. So men tend to want to be associated with that. And then of course coffee, roasted coffee, people believe it gives you, it sustains like the livelihood in you. I know people are driving, they eating coffee so that they don't sleep. Yeah, so, but root crops are inclusive in that both men and women and children are able to actually produce profitably these commodities because they have they do not have severe gender disparity possessions like others. So that brings the aspect of inclusivity. Yeah, and then also building resilient agri-food systems. So these are some of the themes of Caadp, the Caadp that's being launched that root crops directly contribute to. So we really look forward to contributing to these themes from the root crops angle. And then the aspect of climate resilience is one of the big contributions of the root crops to the Caadp strategy and plan.
So how exactly do root crops contribute to building climate resilient agriculture systems in the continent?
Yeah, so root crops, I will call them, they are hardy to shocks of climate resilience. As I told you earlier on, the most critical time for these root crops is the time of planting. Once they get established, the roots have, those roots have been established in the soil, then if shocks come, if there is a lot of sun heat that comes, you will hardly see, if you go around during dry season, you can still see cassava standing when the rest of the the rest of the vegetation is actually gone.
That's very true. You will even find that the leaves on the cassava plants are kind of wilting, but it will still be standing.
It will be there. When the other grass is gone, you'll see cassava there. And normally what happens is during that dry season, the goats, that becomes, because the other grass is gone, that also becomes food for the goats. So the root crops actually have a high potency to resist climate shocks, especially the droughts, than other commodities. And then the fact that they can be produced, for instance, in multiple cycles, for these ones which are short cycle, you can actually plant, let's say, sweet potatoes. By the time drought sets, severe drought sets, 4 months, you have already harvested. Okay? So you can actually be able to escape that severe drought, which could damage the other crops severely. So that's how they contribute. And what they need is just getting established. Once they're established, then they can actually resist severe sunshine. And then when water is availed to them, they can pick on from there and start also growing. And there you can be able to get a harvest. That's how the root crops can actually contribute to climate resilience. When other commodities get dried, the root crops will stand the drought. What they will minimize is putting expanding the roots. Now, it's like they're above ground, the green part up and the roots down. They are in kind of cooperation. When things are okay, the green part will be making food which gets stored. Now when things get bad, the roots down there will remobilize food to the green part up, so the green part can also
it's
continue
like an
growing.
interchange of
Yeah,
sorts.
so they collaborate well. Yeah, so that makes them really climate resilient. And the fact that the moisture in the soil, the parts which are vegetable are actually in contact with the moisture in the soil. Okay? Unlike other commodities where the harvestable part is above ground. For instance, the maize cob is up. Maize cob is up. But the contact in the soil there, the first contact of the root crop is actually with the moisture and the soil and the nutrients. So it makes them actually resilient to climate shocks. And research has shown that in the next 50 years, the root crops are going to be a major contributor to food and nutrition security across the globe. So it is a call that much attention needs to be given to these commodities.
Okay, so since we are looking at building resilient agri-food systems, we are now looking or unpacking the importance and relevance of root crops to that resilience. And Doctor here is saying that root crops are actually more resilient than many other plants. And I like the examples he has cited. He has given us the examples of the example of cassava as a root crop, and also given us an example of maize. Okay, because when there is a change in weather patterns, you will find that, and I think most of us have seen it, you can find a dry plantation of maize, and then you will find someone harvesting, is it harvesting? Yes, root crops, and you're like, hey, it's not been raining, but you have food, you get. So it's, I see that there is a dance there, and the importance of root crops cannot be skipped. Now, later on, we will be speaking to Jerome Paul Sonko, who is at the Munyonyo Convention Center, where the Caadp Summit is taking place. He will be giving us updates regarding what's going on. The summit is about to kick off. Day 2 is today, and events are starting around 10 a.m. So Jerome Paul will be giving us some updates, and of course he will also be speaking to different experts, opinion leaders, and some delegates therein. I will be giving you updates on that and as to when we will be speaking to him. But for now, I am speaking to Dr. Bernard Yada, who is the head of Root Crops Program at NARO, and he just unpacked to us how important and how climate resilient root crops are as compared to other crops that we have. And since we are looking at resilient food systems, so what happens to, because in Africa, I'll use Uganda as an example, Doctor. We have an issue of, in as much as we are looking at root crops as a resilient crop or resilient food for us, and that can help us to ensure food security for a long period of time. We also have a problem of, how do I term it? We are quite tribal, okay? And because of that, we have different foods as our basic food. Yeah. Yes, and because of that, you will find that in Mbara, they are planting matoke. And in Kabale, they are planting Irish potatoes. And then you will go to Busoga, and they're planting maize and different parts. So because of that, in as much as this crop is resilient, how do we convince communities in these different areas that, you know what, in as much as this is your staple food, you need this crop as well? But I will hear your thoughts on that after we have talked to Jerome Paul. Jerome Paul is joining us right now from Speak Resort in Munyonyo. Good morning, Jerome. Well, Jerome Paul is just on the standby to give us updates from Speak Resort in
of the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program. I'm Jerome Paul Sonko, coming to you live from Speak Resort Munyonyo here at the Rwenzori Conventional Hall, as we are going to head into day 2. Now, pretty much of the discussions that are going to be held today will be closed, meaning you, our dear viewer, will only be able to get the highlights from what will be the day's recap. Now, if I'm to take you through a little bit of today's program, or what we really expect at the end of the day, is that by around 10 o'clock, we expect to kick off with the official opening ceremony, because today, which is day 2, is being looked at as the joint ministerial session, where ministers of foreign affairs as well as ministers of agriculture are likely to be, not likely, but are going to be having plenary and of course more conversations regarding what was drafted yesterday by the ministers of agriculture, water and environment from within the member states of the African Union. Now, in the same regard, we shall be having the opening remarks coming in from High Excellency Ambassador Joseph Asako, who is the African Union Commissioner of ARBE, which is Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment. And of course, in the same capacity, we will also be having opening remarks coming in from Ms. Estherine Forterbach, the Director of Agriculture, Food Security and Environmental Sustainability. And then we will have Honorable Dr. Gideon Timotheus, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. We shall then also have Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, the Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries here in Uganda. He's also serving as the Chair of the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. Now, later on, we shall also be having official statements coming in from Honorable Odongo J.J. Abubakar, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Uganda. We will be having also an official opening statement from His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Salem Mazoug, who is the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Cooperation and Mauritanians Abroad, as well as the Islamic Republic of Mauritania and Chair of the Executive Council. But also the icing of the bag will also coming from the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Jessica Alupo, and then we will be having a group photo and a health break during that time. Now, after the health break, all the that group photo that will be had to officiate day 2, we shall move into the plenary session, which will be adopting of the work program. Now, that particular one will be a closed session, please do note. And then in the plenary session, presentation of the draft Caadp strategy and action plan for 2026 to 2035 will also be presented to the joint ministerial meeting. And then we will be having drafting of the joint ministerial report for the Ministers of Foreign Affairs and the Ministers of Agriculture. And then finally the closing remarks that will be coming in from Honorable Odongo J.J. Abubakar, who is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uganda. Now, what will be presented today will then be forwarded tomorrow, day 3, for the heads of government and heads of state that will be present for day 3 of the Caadp Summit in Kampala 2025. And that will be looked at as an endorsement of the Kampala Declaration of Caadp Summit 2025. And in the same regard, as you look into the background, is quite a number of delegates are coming through, and as the delegates are coming through, we also expect a number of ministers of foreign affairs to join us as well. But at this time, I'm joined by Dr. Godfrey Bahigwa, who joins us once again from the African Union. And he's just here to give us a bit of the recap from the African Union's perspective of day 1. But then also, in the same regard, pretty much give us a brief of how day 2 is going to be looking like. A very good morning, Doctor. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Yes, a good morning to you and to the viewers. We had a very exciting first day yesterday. We had over 45 AU member states attending the meeting. And as you know, the AU is made up of 55 member states. So having 45 out of 55 was a pretty exciting day to have. So what happened yesterday was that the Ministers of Agriculture considered the 2 documents for this summit. This is the Caadp Strategy and Action Plan 2026-2035, as well as the draft Kampala Caadp Declaration. Both documents were presented by Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, Uganda's Minister for Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, who is also the chair of the AU Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. And the ministers deliberated on the 2 documents. And their report that was prepared out of their deliberations is going to be considered by the ministers this morning to verify the discussions they had and the recommendation that they made. So that was yesterday. Today is a joint meeting of ministers of agriculture as well as ministers of foreign affairs. So the Minister of Honorable Tumwebaze will be presenting the report from yesterday's deliberations to his fellow ministers to adopt that report. Secondly, we'll have Honorable J.J. Odong, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Today, he will be the one that will be making the presentations to his fellow ministers of Foreign Affairs, who constitute the Executive Council of the African Union. The same documents will be considered by the Ministers of Foreign Affairs. We hope they will endorse those documents for the documents then to be presented to the summit or to the assembly tomorrow. So the outcomes of today's deliberations will be, again, endorsement by the Ministers of Foreign Affairs to recommend the documents to the heads of state and government tomorrow.
Well, I don't know whether it's right for you to share with us a little bit of what was the top topic of the agenda yesterday, because I want to believe during this closed session there is always that bigger issue on ground that really needs to be addressed, where the majority are all siding on one side. I don't know, from the perspective of the sessions yesterday, what was topping the conversations here?
Well, yesterday you could say it was a refresher meeting. Why do I call it a refresher meeting? Because in October, the same Ministers of Agriculture considered the two documents I mentioned, and they endorsed these documents. So technically, the discussions of yesterday were a refresher in the sense that they cannot adopt the reports again, because they endorsed these reports in October. But yesterday, having come and in preparation for meeting with the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, it was fair that we refresh them, or they refresh themselves by going through the documents again. But nothing controversial arose out of it, because they had already endorsed these documents in October. So, but during today's deliberations, there is room for potential endorsement or even amendment of the documents which had already been endorsed by the Ministers of Agriculture. So an opportunity is there. If there are any issues to be presented to the Ministers of Foreign Affairs, today is the opportunity to do so. But if I can mention just one, there was a discussion around the target of investing 10% of public expenditure in agriculture. So some member states were like, that target is high. It has not been achieved in the last 20 years. So why?
It has been part of the Maputo and the Malabo.
Exactly. So that target has been with us for the last 20 years, actually now 21. But very few countries meet it. So some member states were questioning whether we should continue with it in the declaration. And the discussion was like, this is already a heads of state decision that was taken 21 years ago. So the only way it can be changed is by the same members, by the same heads of state. So in today's deliberations, if it comes up and the Ministers of Foreign Affairs recommend that this needs to be reviewed, it will be as so. So that was one issue. The other one was around the use of the term marginalized groups, where some member states were like, it gives the connotation that there is purposeful or intentional marginalization of some communities in countries. So they were thinking that maybe we should call them vulnerable groups. So that was the second issue that came up. So today they will deliberate and see if they instruct the Commission to amend such a phrase not to be used in the document. Yeah.
And lastly, from your point of view, I wonder though, with the 10%, where do you think we failed at? Because 20 years down the road, and not so many, or let's say the member states have failed at making sure that 10% is heading into the agricultural sector. Where are we failing as an African continent?
Well, I think, first of all, governments prioritize public expenditure according to the pressing needs in each particular country. Okay? And the 10% was an aspirational target. You don't necessarily have to spend 10% of your public expenditure in agriculture to achieve the objectives of the agriculture sector, which is food security, jobs, and so on. So you could find that you could actually spend 5% of public expenditure. What is important is, does that 5% result in you growing enough food producing enough food to feed the population. If you do, then 5% is what you need to spend. But if you are spending 10% and you are not achieving food security and nutrition, then it means you should even spend more. So 10% was an aspirational target to encourage member states to increase public expenditure within agriculture, to be able to increase growth in the agriculture sector, but with the aim of achieving food security and nutrition, creating jobs for our youth in the agriculture value chain.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
All right. And there you have it from day one, according to what has been top of the agenda, Olive and Chirabo this morning, is that as of yesterday, the issue to do with dedicating 10% of the budget for the member states heading to the agricultural sector is still up for discussion, because many of the member states of the African Union feel that that budget is, that percentage is too high to head to the agricultural sector, and they feel that that particular percentage should be declined. But then besides that, then there is also the bit of using the term marginalized or marginalized groups instead of vulnerable groups. And maybe then, when the presidents do come tomorrow, or the heads of state, we are most likely to have something that will be pretty much a better bit of things. But for now, I'm going to be heading back to you, Olive, Monica Najuma, and Chirabo Robert Nyonyintono, as we'll be getting back here later on, as I'll be discussing more with the other delegates, and I will be also joined by Amon Ampire, who will be giving us his side of view from the 2 days so far of the Caadp Summit 2025. Good morning.
Well, we have been touching base with Jerome Paul Sonko right inside the convention center. Now, what you see, it is pretty much empty because the delegates have not yet taken their seats. Sessions will be beginning at 10:15, and by that time, when we take you back, you will see that it will be a full house and a beehive of activity. And we will keep you informed and updated regarding the Extraordinary Africa Summit that is now speaking matters Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program Kampala Summit. Now, Kampala will be on the lips of many people for the next 10 years after the Kampala Declaration is adopted. It's a 10-year bold state strategy and action plan that is aimed at transforming agriculture in Africa, reducing hunger, and of course, when we talk about hunger, we also talk about issues of malnutrition and stunting in different regions in Africa, but also in ensuring that there is a food security for Africa for generations and generations to come. So that's very important, and those are some of the highlights that we have been able to get from Jerome Paul. Later on, he'll be back to give us so much more. Now, in studio with me, I'm having a discussion still on the Caadp Summit, but now we are looking at the importance of food crops, or the contribution of food crops to food crops research to the Caadp strategy. And I am speaking to Dr. Bernard Yada, who is the head of root crops program at NARO. Now, earlier, before we joined Jerome Paul, the good doctor here made us understand that food crops are very resilient and climate resilient, to be particular, and we should adopt them in different communities. Now, before we joined Jerome Paul, I had asked the good doctor a question regarding the tribalistic way of growing food that we have. And by this, what do I mean? I'm in Uganda, and my staple food is matoke. Now, my friends from the West, they will have maybe karo and matoke. But still further on in the West, Chisoro and Kabale, you will find that their staple food is Irish potatoes. Now, when we cross over and go to the East, you'll find that there are parts of the Eastern Uganda, like Busoga region, where staple food is maize, and probably we make posho, out of maize. Then when you go further ahead, you will find millet, you will find sorghum, and different crops. So when you go to northern Uganda, they also have their own crops that they consume and staple foods. But now you're saying that root crops are climate resilient. Looking at places like northern Uganda, looking at places like the Karamoja sub-region, which is one of the areas in Uganda that grapples with famine or extended periods of drought. So when you talk about root crops and then you look at the kinds of food they eat, their staple food, how do you change their mindsets? How do you convince them that, you know what, in as much as this is your staple food, you love your matoke, you love your millet in northern Uganda or your sorghum, you should plant root crops. How do you do that?
Yes. I'd like to announce good news about the transformation. NARO is working with World Food Program to actually mainstream the production of orange fresh sweet potatoes in Karamoja. As we speak now, the last 4-5 years has seen thousands of acres of orange fresh sweet potatoes produced in Karamoja. Over 80% of the schools in Karamoja region actually now have school gardens for orange fresh sweet potatoes. They actually harvest, feed the children, and then the excess harvest from the sweet potatoes, they dry them into chips. And then they cook those chips with beans together. So it becomes a complete meal. Your carbohydrates there, your vitamins are there, your proteins already in the beans. So these transformations can actually happen because, for instance, Karamoja, mainly it has been sorghum. That has been their mainstay of food. They consume it for food in form of kalo, and they also make their brews from sorghum, which they enjoy so much. But now, with exposure and introduction of some of these foods, especially the root crops, people begin to get used to eating some of these crops. Even in the central here, some time back, it will be hard for people to want to eat cassava. The good thing is these root crops can be eaten in different forms. They can be eaten boiled. Just you harvest sweet potatoes, you boil and eat. Okay? You can harvest cassava, boil and eat. And then you can also process them into flours, high quality flours, which can now be further processed or mingled into what we'll call atapa or kalo. Okay? So people can start with the form which is which is easier for them to. For instance, you could start with boiled sweet potato, right? Before you go to sweet potato that is mixed with beans.
That one. That's a hard paper, but I hear you because I remember back in the day in some homesteads, just like you'll find the Baganda with their matoke, when they resorted to that, you'd know that times are hard. But we are talking about resilience and not going hungry. So when times are hard, there is at least we are sure that families are going to have food.
Yeah. So that's the thing. I know in the central here, it is now becoming common for families to actually fry cassava and eat. Okay, and then it's common for families to actually boil sweet potatoes and eat with binyabwa. It's becoming a common state. Eating binyabwa with matoke, eating binyabwa with sweet potatoes. The same is happening even in Western Uganda. So, thing is, these crops are a little more hardy than what we will always want to have. But in a situation where, right now in Buganda, matoke is not so much. This used to be the home of matoke. Now, there came banana bacterial wilt and so on, which actually kind of decimated a lot of matoke production in the central here. So, I mean, if matoke is not there, are we going to allow it to die because we don't want to eat sweet potato, we don't want to eat cassava? No. We have to be rational. We have to try these other alternatives. The good thing is, as I said, sometimes it's cultural stereotypes, which we need to overcome.
Yes.
We need to overcome. Personally, I've not been a matoke eater, but now I eat matoke.
You do?
There's nothing wrong with eating matoke. So people should really adopt. Actually helps you to diversify your food,
yes.
your basket of food.
And because, thank you so much for mentioning diversification. In most homes, because we have these indigenous staple foods, we also run the risk of failure to have balanced diets.
Exactly.
Because people will have katogo of matoke in the morning for breakfast, and they will have matoke put in palm leaves, banana leaves, sorry, for lunch, and then matoke for dinner. But then they are not having other food, because matoke is a carbohydrate. So you'll find that they are not eating other foods. Maybe in terms of sources, if you add the beans and you add the groundnuts, but in some situations, you're going to go to one area, they are eating porridge for breakfast and then eating posho for lunch. But when you speak about diversification, you'll have a pumpkin here, a potato there, you will have a matoke here, and you'll have vegetables. At the end of the day, you are having a balanced diet.
Exactly. Yeah, so that's what we really encourage our communities to diversify their food nutrition basket. Okay, so you eat these foods in the form that you deem, because these foods can be eaten in various forms, really, in a form that you deem most acceptable to you as a starter. So when you have to start crawling, then you can walk. So you can start with maybe the fried one. I see a lot of fried cassava, fried sweet potatoes in the evening markets across the city here.
It's a snack.
Yeah, so you can start with that, and then you move to boiled one. Then with time you can actually go for the kalo and so on. So we really encourage our communities to diversify their food nutrition basket, because one of the themes that Caadp is looking at is actually nutrition, having nutrition security. You cannot have nutrition security if you're only relying on one source of food.
And that's where I was going, apart from having a balanced diet, because now a balanced diet would help to deal with issues like stunting and malnutrition, especially among children. But what other importance is a diverse diet to a person?
Yeah, a diverse diet will be key for building the immunity, of a person to resist diseases that actually attack us. Okay, so to enhance this immunity, you need a balanced diet. The body needs the ability to fight diseases, to fight the pathogens that actually attack us. So to enhance our immunity, you need that balanced diet. So for instance, the purple sweet potatoes, they're actually very good at enhancing the immunity of the body. Even the orange ones, they can enhance the immunity of the body. And then there are beans that are rich in iron and zinc.
Which ones? The yellow beans?
No, there's narrow bean 1, narrow bean 3, narrow bean 6.
Okay, can you distinguish them in terms of
when
I go to the market, I look for what?
Yeah, their colors are different.
Yes.
The colors are different.
Right now we have many households are consuming the yellow beans.
One, yes. Yeah, the yellow beans are
rich in what?
They're also rich in iron and zinc. We have developed, initially there were old varieties which people were growing. So what research has done is to improve these varieties by enhancing the nutrition, especially the micronutrient, those iron, the zinc content in those beans. So you have yellow beans that actually now rich in iron and zinc.
Okay.
So they help the You know, each of us has blood flowing in our system.
Yes.
That red thing in blood is oxyhemoglobin. And a critical component of that oxyhemoglobin is iron. So a cheap source of that iron is actually from beans that have been released by Naro. So those are the things that communities need to understand and take advantage of. We can actually be healthy and have good immunity using cheap means, okay? Because many people don't have the resources to access the expensive, let's say, syrups, the expensive supplements. So
also, still from your perspective, what's even better? Because let's talk now to the people that can afford the supplements and the expensive stuff. Am I better off buying supplements for myself, my children, or actually having this organic food as part of our diet?
Have food. Have food, because food is more natural. The body is more used to the beans that we eat.
Digesting them.
Yes. So we should focus a lot on really taking our medicine from food. And then we can now go out when we really get so much squeeze in the corner, but really focusing a lot on supplements and so on is not the best way. Let's eat healthy. That's the bottom line.
Because you're going to find homesteads where they're not feeding children nutrient-dense foods, but then they're big on supplements. So they're having these processed foods and then giving them supplements. And they, to borrow from today's vocabulary, it is bougie. They are plant children. They don't eat beans. They don't eat peas. But
eventually, the body, it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of time when the systems will suffer.
Okay.
It will suffer. That's why we see lots of what we call lifestyle diseases on the increase. It's just because of some of these. Now, our president says he eats millet, right? You can see how.
I mean, in COVID-19, we used to see him sipping his boucher.
Food is the first line of immunity and health for us. So diversifying it is the way to go for our community.
Okay, very interesting. And did you know that when you go to buy your beans in the market, you're not just buying beans, you're buying beans that have been improved to have more nutrients so that they can serve your health, your body, your system even better. I like yellow beans. I didn't even know that they are fortified and improved by Naro. For me, I've just been buying them because they are softer. When you soak them and eat them, cook them, they actually come off as if you cooked fresh beans.
Yes. The other issue is, you know, there is hunger that you feel. Your body feels weak. It lacks calories. But there is hunger where your body does not pain. For instance, micronutrient deficiency hunger, vitamins. Your body is not going to pain because you don't have iron and so on. You're not going to feel that pain. But you die silently. That's why Naro really focused a lot on what we call bio-fortification. Bio-fortification, improving the micronutrient content of lots of the varieties that Naro develops, be it in the root crops, be it in the cereals, be it in the legumes. That's why there's a big focus of Naro and the government on bio-fortification.
Okay. Yeah. Now, going back a bit on climate adaptation and root crops, Doctor, how can root crop research help farmers adapt to climate change and unpredictable weather patterns?
Yeah, so the root crops, farmers just need to endear, get endeared to them and focus on the right varieties, because not all varieties of root crops out there are going to be very beneficial to the farmers. We will recommend that farmers look out for the improved root crop varieties, those developed and released by NARO. There are varieties which have been held by farmers for ages. They are called land races. You know, you will get a sweet potato. It yields very small, small, tiny roots, okay? I mean, you're going to harvest the whole of this room, and then you are getting a basin of sweet potatoes. That's not going to be beneficial. So there are varieties that have been developed and released by NARO that have been promoted. Farmers should look out for these improved varieties. That's where they can maximize from the benefits of producing these root crops. And then the ones that have been developed by NARO also have enhanced nutrient contents. Look out for them. Those orange ones, those improved with vitamins, those improved anthocyanins. We really recommend that farmers look out for that. And then we also, as we develop these varieties, we select them for drought tolerance. Drought tolerance. I mean, the ones that have been developed by NARO are more tolerant to the severe weather conditions than the ordinary ones that farmers have been growing for ages. Yeah, so we recommend that farmers look out for the improved varieties for them to benefit fully from the importance of these root crops.
Now, if you have questions for Dr. Pado, please reach out to us on WhatsApp number 0709-602-592, but you can also share your opinions regarding the topic of discussion. Now, Doctor, you have talked so much about look out for narrow, improved seeds, root crops, and whatnot. But I want us to briefly talk about research. I've had experts here saying that NARO has done great research. And that some of the researchers that have been conducted have even won awards on the continent and even on the international level. But farmers do not know about some of this research. They don't know about some of these seeds. So my question to you, what is NARO doing to ensure that there is mass sensitization when it comes to improved seeds, when it comes to their availability and markets?
Yeah, I must agree that lots of the technologies developed by NARO we have not benefited as a country fully from them. It's because of, mainly because of a weak linkage between research, extension, and the producer. You know, the way government is organized is such that research is done by another arm, and then the promotion and extension about the research products done by another arm.
Yes.
So, and one of the areas Caadp is focusing on is market and partnership linkages. So this is something that actually we need to grow as a country. We need more research, extension, linkage, so that technologies that have been developed can actually reach to the final person who is supposed to be the beneficiary. Yeah. So, but NARO's mandate is mainly research. The best NARO does is to do some level of promotion. NARO established a lot of demonstrations across the country for these technologies. And then we also produce a lot of information materials about these technologies. We also reach out through media, like what we're doing right now. And we conduct lots of radio talk shows, we conduct lots of newspaper pull-outs and so on these technologies. But we are not doing enough. That's the fact. So my appeal to us as a country is for us to deepen that linkage between research, extension, and the end user, so that the end user can have full access to these technologies at any time, so that we can benefit as a country. A typical example of sweet potato, we have released sweet potato varieties which are deep orange fleshed. You know, people are benefiting from it? Rwanda. And then Kenya.
And then Kenya.
Ethiopia. As far as Mozambique, down there are narrow varieties which are not family farmers,
not benefiting.
but out there. So those are some of the linkages that we need to improve as a country.
Yeah, that's very important to note, because as you were telling us about the orange sweet potatoes, the purple sweet potatoes, I was like, I'm the person who does shopping for my family, but I've never seen these orange sweet potatoes, and I go to different markets and I haven't seen them, which speaks to a large problem that probably it's not as extensively distributed or to farmers as it should be locally.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. I see the gaps, and I hope that that gap that is there between narrow and then actually it is the missing link between narrow and the farmer. I hope it can be handled, because if we are investing all this money in research, then we should be the beneficiaries. It's good for other countries to benefit, but we should be the first beneficiaries, right?
Charity begins
at home. Yeah, so Doctor, let's go into innovation practices and technology. Earlier on, you and I, when we had a short break, we had a chit chat on the sciences. First of all, we have the youth that do not find agriculture appealing, okay? For me, and you did use an example in schools, even today, when you make a certain mistake, the punishment, go to the school garden.
Yes.
Go and weed, prune, or whatever you're supposed to do. And because of that, many youth do not find agriculture appealing. Now, looking at the fact that we have a 70% population that is predominantly young people in the country, what new technologies or farming practices can they adopt and interest themselves into agriculture?
Yeah. So let me begin by outlining some of the technologies. One of the technologies that Narrow puts out there are varieties. Okay. So we have these improved varieties of cassava. Presently, I would recommend whoever wants to grow cassava should look for Narrow Cas 1. That's a variety. Narrow Cas 1 should be sought after. And then, secondly, when it comes to sweet potatoes, we have a number of sweet potato varieties, actually up to 27 that have been released. But out of these, the ones that are actively under production are Nasport 8, which is orange. There is Nasport 13, which is also orange. And then we have Narrow Spot 1, which is cream. Okay, farmers will look out for that, youth will look out for that. And then we have 2023, we released 2 new varieties, Narrow Spot 7 and Narrow Spot 6. So those varieties, we interest youth and other actors to look out for them and produce them. Now, where else can the youth get involved? Youth can get involved in the production. The production of these root crops. They can get involved in business. The business can be even IT assisted, okay? They can look out for and engage into that. There are businesses in seed production. One of the challenges for the root crops, probably why we don't have these root crops so much in the population, is because of the seed delivery system. You know, there are seed companies that will market maize, that will market beans. You get bazooka from seed companies, maize. Okay. Now, when it comes to root crops, there are actually no seed companies that are registered to do business on the vines or stem cuttings. So there are opportunities for business in seed technology. So youth and other actors are encouraged to venture into such businesses. And then there are business opportunities in processing of value-added products. So I'll list a number of them. I don't know whether I should go ahead and list that.
Please.
Yeah. So these root crops can be processed into many other products which the youth can get, can venture into. When you look at sweet potatoes and cassava, you can first produce what we call high quality flour. High quality cassava, high quality sweet potato flour. Now, this can be packaged and actually sold in the supermarket stalls. Okay? Now, from these flours, you can make other products. I think you can make bread. Okay? Bread from sweet potato. You can substitute wheat up to 40% with sweet potato flour. Meaning your bread becomes lower in gluten.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I wish I'd come. There's the bread in the car there. I'll come to display it here. So yeah. So you can make bread from the flours. Okay.
Wow.
There is a company, JP Management, that actually has bakeries here focusing on production of bread from sweet potatoes, orange fresh sweet potatoes, and you can make confectionery products, the cookies, the daddies.
Are you serious?
Yes, the daddies, the chips.
Okay, the chips I know.
And then the fries.
Yes,
there are fries. If you go in America now, from sweet potato, now they make French fries, which we call here chips, the ones which campusers like. So they cannot make French fries from sweet potato. It's very sweet, very nice actually. McDonald's is into that business as well. Yeah. So these are some of the areas you can actually venture into. Now you can also make food colorants, extract food colorants, natural food colorants from the purple sweet potatoes, from the orange sweet potatoes, and these food colorants actually have active nutrients in them. The beta carotene is in it. As you eat, when your food colorant has covered the cake, you're not only eating a food colorant, synthetic, but you're eating beta carotene. You are eating anthocyanin because it remains active. And then we have innovations like we actually now make there's beers that can be made from cassava.
I went to the Uma Showground exhibition, and I saw beer made from cassava. I saw beer made from different root crops.
Yes.
I wasn't curious about the taste though, but I saw the wines as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So those are really a plethora of products that you can make from these root crops. So, and they don't need expensive startups. So youths can actually start this up. They are not, you don't need a setting which is robustly expensive to get you into that. So we encourage the youth to look into that. So those are some of the business and opportunities that come out of the technologies developed from these root crops. Yeah.
Okay, we have a comment from Captain Chitaka Mayanja in Chiboga, and he says, good, Naro has done good, but they keep their research. It doesn't reach farmers because when you look at clonal coffee, which was given out to farmers in plenty, everyone is implementing it. I'm requesting them to come down at districts and sub-counties and meet farmers with demonstrations. You see, like the exhibition you're going to have today at the summit. Thank you for the program. So, and I will confess, my question earlier was way before this comment came through about keeping the research and about the research not getting to the grassroots farmers.
Let's make an appeal.
So they want demonstrations, narrow to do demonstrations at sub-counties and districts.
Yes, so we need to facilitate that. We need to facilitate. So we're on government TV, so I'm sure the message is going. Really, we need to support these initiatives. First of all, as a government, and then also work together with other development partners. But I think the core of the work should lie with us as a country. We need to really, because the clonal coffee was massive government support. That's why coffee was pushed to where it is right now. So my appeal is let's support these initiatives. Let's the government and also the development partners. We appeal to them to support these noble initiatives of making sure that these technologies actually reach the end users for us to benefit as a country from these investments into the research.
Okay, there is another question from James. He says, why so expensive? Why is it so expensive to conduct research projects in agricultural laboratories in any research station in Uganda? This is James from Bali, and he has another question. How dangerous is it to eat tomatoes sprayed with chemicals? And I think with that answer, we will also get to the end of our program.
Okay. Yeah, so research in the labs needs reagents, and these reagents are mainly actually imported. And they're imported, so that makes it expensive. And then it needs consumables. Even to run water, clean water in a research lab is expensive. And the research needs electricity. A lab needs to have electricity 24 hours. Because if you don't have that, the freezers will lose, your samples are kept in the freezer. So generally, it's expensive to do this because of the value that must be supported from inputs that go into that lab. So the only way to make them cheaper is probably to domesticate production of some of the reagents, some of the consumables, yeah, and subsidizing some of these things so that the research can be less expensive and more affordable. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we have come to the end of our conversation with Dr. Bernard Yada, Head of Root Crop Program at NARO. Thank you so much, Doctor, for educating us today and giving us a clear understanding of the need for root crops, but also how climate resilient they are.
Thank you.
Well, I wish you the best of luck during the exhibition today. Yes, and we are still continuing with programming, and we will still continue covering the comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program's Kampala Summit taking place today in Munyonyo. The summit began yesterday, and we continue today. Today we are having sessions by ministers of agriculture and ministers of foreign affairs from 55 African Union member states, and we already have heads of state that are jetting into the country, because tomorrow there will be an extraordinary session by the heads of state, and it will be chaired by our own president, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Now, what you're going to see on your screen was the arrival of the Prime Minister of Eswatini, who jetted into the country last night. Yes, he is there being welcomed as he was coming into the country, and many more are coming.
Live from UBC Studios in Kampala, this is Good Morning Uganda.
Pick of the day on UBC.
One-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
A weekly face-to-face conversation focusing on accountability, inspiration, information, and sensitization of the public from the various sources, such as inspirational profiles.
Having disability is not inability.
Every Friday 9 p.m., it's one-on-one with Michael Jordan Lukomwa.
Don't you see anywhere that you would give a credit in the fight against COVID?
My role as the owner of the country is not to, be preoccupied by giving credit to my servant.
We have said that if we are to talk to General Museveni, there must be certain conditions in place.
Is it true that you paid 5 million shillings to MPs that voted for?
Was brought to you by
I'll call you every day, yeah, yo, baby, dondolo.
You can now get all the Chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks. Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000 or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100 *21# and select daily or use the My MTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
In a nation hungry for truth, a world where every story matters, there exists a beacon of trust and reliability. For decades, they've been our voice and our window to the world, holding the mirror of our history. With 4 TV stations and 11 radio channels spanning 27 languages, they stand as guardians of information, defenders of truth. With Mascari Heritage Advantage, they uphold every citizen's right to reliable and free information. Their archived stories shaped our past and illuminate our present. Yet now, as new challenges arise and the world evolves, their mission faces its greatest test yet. Be part of our journey and let's navigate the unknown, uncover the untold, and safeguard our future together. Tune into your public broadcaster, for it is the intersection of trust and truth. Because to UBC, your story, and every voice matters. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Grace Nachimuli, mama w'abaana bana, ng'abeera Kawempe Mbogo, alunda enkoko entonotono awakaawe, kyokka kugamba zikoze kinene okusitula ennyingiza y'amaka gaabwe. Ono nga y'omu ku baganyuddwa mu kitongole ky'ebyobulimi Nuts mu nkola ya Aquaculture support. Kati amagi alonda buli lunaku n'atunda ku maduuka agabaliraanye ne yeefunira ejjamba.
Nadizi yanyamba okumpa enkoko z'amagi n'ennyongera mu bizinesi yange neefuna amaanyi agasobola okunyamba mu buli kimu ng'okuliisa enkoko z'ennyama n'okuweerera abaana naffe ne tulyako. Yazimpa 28,000 naye kati ne zitandika okubiika mu luvannyuma lwa myezi 4 n'ekitundu. Naye kituleeteddemu obuzibuzibu kya mmere. Ebbanga lino mwe tuli kasooli ali ku buseere, ebintu tebigulikako. Enkoko sina kizibu kyenze nyimirizaamu okuggyako ekyemmere. Singa bateerako wano kabaaka kafuwano aka comparative ne tubeera nga tusobola okugenda ne tujjamuko akasente ne katuyambako singa nga bwe tuba tufunye obuzibu bwe butyo. Naye kati tukaluubirira olw'okuba ki? Olw'okuba emmere y'enkoko. Omukyala ali eyo ffe twenyumiriza mu by'okulunda kubanga nze njija wano amagi gange ne nga supplyinga ku maduuka ne bampa ssente. Nekomawo waka nga ndi bulungi. Naye kati oyinza okubeerawo n'otuula n'olinda omusajja akuwe buli kimu. Tekisoboka. Olina kwenyigira mu kulunda. Nadizi egaba enkoko, egaba buli kimu ky'oba oyagadde okukola. Enkoko zange buli lunaku zibiika tule 88. Bwe ngatta wiiki ennamba mwasobola okufuna emitwalo 80 n'embeera nga nfunyemu ssente zange.
eyatandika n'enkoko ezibiika kati agaziyiza bizinensi ng'agaseeko n'okulunda ez'ennyama ziyite broilers. Okulunda enkoko gwe gumu ku mirimu abannads gwe basinga okudduukirira n'okuyamba abantu naddala ababeera mu bibuga. Abalala abaganyuddwa ye Deborah Nakitendo ow'Empererwe mu Kampala, ng'ono ye alimira mu kifo ekifunda.
Nadisi bwe yajja twatandika okulunda mu mwaka 2014 oba 2013 awo. Nafuna nze enkoko za Nadisi natandika mu 2014. Gwe weesabira wekka tinjagala enkoko 15. Nze ku mulundi ogwo nasaba 15 era kyansanyusa nnyo enkoko zange nazirunda bulungi mpozi. Abantu bano abajja ne batugulamu enkoko abo bo batufootola. Tukoze n'ekibiina kyaffe ekyo eky'abalunzi n'abalimi. Ekibiina ekyo twetaaga nakyo era tusaba nakyo bakituteeremu kajamba kubanga ffe tetulina era nga bwe mutulabya era nga bwe mutulambuza ffe abantu abawansi enfuna yaffe ki ntono. Naye nze mu kulunda kwange bwe namala okutunda enkoko zange natandika okufunawo akasente neneegaziyamu nengulayo ku kabuzi era bannange bakalabye nengula n'ente gye ziri naye ennyana ziringa 2 n'enkulu ziringa 5. Ninawo n'obumyu bwe nawulira nti obumyu buli kamu emitwalo 10 era nange akasooka nakagula obumyu obwo nakagulanga emitwalo 10 akakulu akatono nakagulanga emitwalo 8. Kyo ne kinsanyusa nnyo nennyongerezaako n'okulima obutiko. Bannange obutiko buli ku katale kyotolabanga. Nze sente zino za munnyo biki zinsanga awo era bannange bazzeeko naawo ne bagula. Baguze nze ntandikira ku 10,000 naye 2,200 obudde okuziba. Naye bwe nalabanga obutiko buno bulimu akatale edda luli twabufumbanga nga tutokosa butokose toko nga tuteekamu pipa. Naye kati mbalaze nti tuyina twanoonyereza ne tugamba nti ensigo zino zo bazikola batya. Lwaki ffe ng'abannadisi tetuvaayo ngaze omuntu omu nga mukyala Jita lwaki sivaayo nange ne ngenda eri bannange ne mbagamba nti tukole bwe tuti. Natandika okunoonyereza era kaakati nze obwange obutiko sikyabutokosa. Nteeka mu mazzi wali nenzimba nga bwe mulabye bwe nkizimbye wali nensitiiminga. Ekyo kyansanyusa nnyo kubanga kyampa amaanyi sikyakamula butiko. Era ekyasinga okunsanyusa nessanyu jereere nennondebwa okubeera nga nze mulimi asinze mu kawempe. Nawulira essanyu bannange ne mbakubiranga amasimu abaana ne mbakubiranga amasimu gye mulabe ebirungi byenfunye mu Nadisi. Aba KCCA ne bajja wano ne bannambula ne bagamba nti sinsaanidde era mukunsaanyiza ekintu ekyo ne bampa biogas ndowooza mu mulabe. Enkuba eno yonna neetonnye ne mbagamba sijja muteeka na mufumbiro. Kati nze nkaddi nja kweteera mu nnyumba yange era olugira koleeza bukoleeza. Angamba munnange oli nga mugamba alina ku maanyi gwe nnina tabula obusa bwaffe. Ffe tutabula butabuzi busa tetufulumya ssente tutabula butabuzi kaki busa ng'eno omuliro gwepika. Saatoola nusu yange neegi okumanya nga njagala okwebaza Pulezidenti Museveni. Nze ani afuna biogas naye kati mulina nfumbiraawo akabiri nsaza kengula kokka sina kyengula obusa sibugula. Ate weewuunye biogas akozesebwa obusa bwonna obuli ku nsi. Ente obuli ku nsi mukitegeera. Ente, embuzi, obumyu bubonnina n'obumyu bonna n'obutuvaamu biogas akola ki? Abukola. Oyinza okulowooza nti ate kaakati nze siina ati kati nakikola ntya? Biogas akolebwa buli kasa konna. Era biogas nze mwenyumiririzamu nze neenyumiririza mu Nadisi. Tukozeemu ebintu bingi ebirungi bingi bye tufunye mu Nadisi. Ate era ne bannange nabo Nadisi bagyenyumirizaamu ogenda okulaba nti mukyala Gita genda mu musomo gundi akati nze nayiga n'enteebereza y'obudde bannange ne mbatwala nadisi era yempadde n'ebyo byonna. Njagala okwebaza ennyo Pulezidenti Museveni okujja abakyala wansi. Omukyala bw'ova wansi oba ogyeyo eggwanga lyonna si bwe guli munnange. Omukyala bwe yajjayo abakyala abannadisi ffenna yatujjayo bakyala bangi. Obulimiro mubulabye, ennyaanya, obutungulu, sukuma wiiki mumulaba mutunda n'obutiko mbutunda. Lwaki siiveeyo nengenda nga neeyongerako nze kati nga mulabye ku myaka gyange neeyongeddeko emyaka gyange abalala babeerawo naye nadisi nziziza bujja nadisi nziziza bujja bannange kubanga ndya ku kyennyanja mukiriiraawo temukirabye ebijanjalo mbiri. Omuzungu bwe yajja wano yeewunya n'okwewunya ati n'omuganda naye asobola okukola ekintu kino nalunda ebyennyanja natera okulundira ne ku ggulu. Lwaki nadisi etujjeeyo abakyala ebajja ate sinze nzekka gwe mulaba wano. Naye twagala okwebaza Katonda naffe okutujjukira netuwa nadisi. Naye okusinga ennyo twagala ekibiina kyaffe ekyo ekyabalimi n'abalunzi kyongerwemu amaanyi tusobole naffe okuba nti tuganyuddwa mu bintu bino ennyo ne bannaffe baganyulwe.
Natandika okutambulako ne nadizi nenkyalirako. Bwe yankyalirako ne basanga nga nsobola okuyambika. Ne bankwata ku mukono ne bagenda ne bampa enkoko. Bampa enkoko 15. Bwe bampa enkoko 15 nenzibunda era nga nabo bwe bankyalira. Enkolagana yaffe netandikira wa awo olw'okuba nti nali mukozi mulungi. Enkoko nenzijjamu nenzizaamu endala. Bwe najjamu enkoko ezo neŋŋamba kino ekiyumba tekikola ki tekikyansaana. Nenninyisa ekiyumba nenzimbayo ekyakalina wansi nsobola okuteekayo enkoko 4 ne waggulu ebiki 4. Netutandikira awo nenziramu era nennunda. Kati naakafulumyamu omulundi gumu kati mulimu era endala enkoko. Bwe tuva ku ekyo nadizi era nenjebaza nejja era ne bakomawo ng'era mmwe kubeera ekitundu kyatya ne kibuuza ewa awo waliwo ki. Ne bankyalira nemba nga nawangula omulimi akola ki asinga muno munakawa. Nenyumirizaamu neŋŋamba nzaani ku kino kyenkoze eki kyentuuseeko. Bwe twamala ne bampa ebirabo byange ne bampa enva endokwa ne bampa ennyaanya ne bampa ebirimiro ne bampa n'enkoko. Okuneebaza awo ninayo embizzi ninayo obutiko era nga byonna biva mu mazzi. Enkoko zange zikyali buleira olw'ensonga nti ensawo ekendeeramu olw'okuba nti emmere eba waggulu. Ngeri gye mbadde kati ate nzizeemu okuddamu okulunda nga naakazijjawo okwo okukozesa ekiyumba. Kati zino ez'omwezi ziba zanguwa okufuluma n'ofunako otugoba tutono n'osobola okuzzaamu. Enkoko yalibadde nnungi mu kakyo kano naye enkoko nnyingi. Ate bw'ebeera ennyingi kogiriisa eveemu ng'ezitoye. Aba buleira balinga babalookingira ku nnusu 8 oba 7. kati olina okufuba ennyo okulaba nti oyiseemu wakiri bakuwa akenda, naye ng'ako wakuweera akenda ddala ng'enkoko yo ebweru ku bano asobola okuwa ogumu ekitundu oba ogumu essatu. Kati bwe buzibu obwo obuli kweza enkoko nti bannaffe bano abazitwala bali ku ssente za wansi ate ng'emmere eba nnyingi, kubanga ku mmere eyo enkoko 150 okuziriisa osobola oziriisa emmere nga ya mitwalo 8 okuva ku 8 okukkako wansi ku 7. Kati buli lw'olunda enkoko nga ntono ofunako kiki? Ofunako kitono. Okusinziira ku mmere eno eya bagi eno eriko walibadde ofunako kitono kuba ekinene nnyo oyinza okufunako emitwalo nga 10. Kati ng'oggyeko eddagala n'obala amazzi ebyo twala tugende obukuta ebyo byonna ebikola ku nkoko okusobola okugijjamu nga nnungi. Ekyokulima kuno kyenyumirizaamu nsookera ddala ku bulamu bwaffe ne famire yaffe awaka. Bw'oba olimye buli kintu okirya mu bujjuvu bwakyo, ate n'olya ekintu ekyo nga si kifuuyire kiri awo, ate n'olya ekintu ekyo ekirime ekyo ky'olimye nga ddala kiyonjo okusinga kino bye tujja mu katale. Lupusi zikozeeko ssusu, nakati bamusuza ku mabaati abeerako ki tomanya kikiyiseeko, naye nze wano noga nentwala nenkola ki nendya. Bwe mmala okulya ate n'obaana abagenda mu katale nabo ne bakyama. Kyo ekyamazima enva tezidiba. Wennyini gwe weesalako n'ogaa nti nze enva kati tekuli, kuba olw'ensonga bazijjumbira nti tezibaako ddagala. Ne bweba nnyaanya oli agisanga ng'ennyaanya ekola ki? Ng'ennyaanya teriiko ddagala lyaffe lino eriryawo. Kuba eddagala ffe lye tukozesa tugatta kawunyira, kamulali, evvu, nosalayo ne kasabbuuni katono nokateeka mu mazzi mu gundi eyo n'ofuuyira. Bw'oba olina obumyu n'obumyu nabo obukola omusulo gwabo. Era ebigambo byenfuna tebituyisizza bubi, kubanga osobola okutuula n'obeera ewaka ng'oli wano bw'oti, oba oli awo neyibba najja, oba oli n'asiba emmotoka naga nsibiraayo bwe ziti, n'okola ki? N'obeera ng'oyingiza n'okozesaako ate era n'oseevingako. Ekikulu kya byonna okuseevinga, kuba w'okoleramu ng'olaba tolina, odduka mangu ne mugenda ne mulaba n'oziba ekituli ekyo. Nnyingiza yange bwe mba nzigyeko ensaasaanya n'enkola ntya, nyinza okuteekayo emitwalo 4 oba 3 bwentyo. Lwaki nkugamba bwentyo? Nti bw'ogenda otemaatema twala tugende nenfissa nemmanya nti omwezi guno January
Welcome to Good Morning Uganda, your go-to morning show to kickstart your day with all the latest updates.
Let's dive deep into issues that matter most to you.
In a world of stories waiting to be told, the headlines are your guide. Navigate the currents of news and knowledge with our daily updates of newspapers. Stay informed, stay empowered.
From the roar of the crowd to the thunder of victory, witness the drama unfold with our sports updates. Whether on the field or in the stands, join us as we celebrate the spirit of champions.
Rise with Good Morning Uganda, weekdays from 6:30 a.m.
It is day 2 of the Caadp Kampala Summit 2025, a very important summit in the history of Africa and Uganda as well, because it is one of the strategies where Africa, we are hoping, if we implement it very well, we shall be able to realize Africa's Agenda 2063. Now we have the Africa's Agenda 2063, and Caadp is one of the vehicles that will get us to that agenda, the Africa we want to see by 2063. Now in 2023, Uganda, through our line minister, Honorable Frank Tumwebaze, we were appointed or elected the chair of the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, and sanitation and water. Now, since then, we embarked, of course, with the leadership of our Minister for Agriculture and other ministers on the African continent to come up with a framework or a plan that we are going to see adopted after this summit that will define how we are going to move in the area of agriculture for the next 10 years. And as we speak, as of yesterday, the Honorable Minister, Frank Tumwebaze, who happens to chair this committee, confessed or told the Council of Ministers, or the meeting that brought together ministers of agriculture on the African continent, that this framework has had a number of consultations. And they have widely consulted technocrats, politicians, the media, the scientists on the African continent. And he's very sure that the document that they have come up with will deliver the desired picture of Africa when it comes to agriculture for the next 10 years. Now, yesterday, we saw the guests, of course, converge at the Speak Resort Munyoyan Conventional Center, and the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, opened that first session, which was for ministers of agriculture on the continent of Africa. Now, we must also know and agree that almost all our economies depend on agriculture. Yes, we've had a number of challenges. Most of these people are in subsistence agriculture, which may not bring so much in terms of money, but however, there is food. Now, with climate change, have come a number of problems. That is why this year, the theme for this Caadp conference is looking at how do we build agri-food chains that are resilient so that Africa does not face a shortage of food simply because we had floods in one part of the country or because we had a long dry spell and the food that was planted could not make it, so the people are lacking food. Now, these are some of the issues that we are focusing on as a continent. How do you ensure that our animals, if for those that are in animals, how are they resilient to these shocks? For those that are in agriculture and they are all in cultivation, if you've been following, we've just had a guest, a doctor who talked about root crops, that they're able to withstand tough times. Dry times, the roots feed the green above the ground. Good times, the green above the ground feeds the roots under the ground. So this is what we want to see Africa achieve. That in the next 10 years, by the time they elapse, no country in Africa will experience food insecurity because of this well-researched document. However, one of the things that came out properly and was emphasized by our Prime Minister, Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, she said we've planned enough. We've talked enough. After the Kampala summit, planning should not be the issue, rather implementation. Remember, we have targets under Caadp. We have ratified or resolutions that we came out with, about 7 of them. We don't lack policy because every 10 years we come up with this document. And this is going to be the 3rd document since 2003. This is going to be the 3rd document. Now, the biggest challenge has remained now implementation. If we say ending hunger by 2025, we are in 2025. Have we been able as member states under the African Union, have we been able to end hunger by 2025? The answer could be no. When we say end poverty or eliminate poverty by a half by 2025, have we eliminated poverty by a half by 2025? When we talk about promoting Africa intertrade, are African countries in agricultural produce, are African countries trading freely amongst each other? Is Uganda able to export its produce to DRC, to South Sudan, to Namibia, to Zambia? Are we able to do that? These are some of the challenges. But of course, Uganda Broadcasting Corporation, we are giving you a 360 coverage of the summit, and we'll be going to Entebbe International Airport, and where Robert Onyango is with us on phone, and will be giving us updates on the arrivals and of course what is transpiring at the airport. With Robert Onyango, any minute from now, we'll be heading there, and of course, yes, Robert Onyango.
Good morning, Mr. Again from Entebbe International Airport here at the VVIP terminal, where we are waiting for the arrivals, as you have stated, for the dignitaries, heads of states and delegates and other VVIPs who are coming to take part in the summit. Of course, here with me, without taking much of your time, is the ambassador of Uganda to Ethiopia, Her Excellency Madame Rebecca Atengo Amuge. I think is the ambassador of Uganda to Ethiopia and Djibouti. If I'm right, she will correct me later on. Your Excellency, good morning, and you are live on UBC TV.
Good morning, UBC, and good morning, Uganda. We are honored today that the arrivals continue to happen, and we are excited that this morning I will receive my host president. My host president, the president of Ethiopia, and is the new president of Ethiopia, His Excellency Taye Selassie. A very good friend to Uganda, as the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the permanent representative of Ethiopia to New York. He's been working very well with us. As the ambassador of Uganda to Ethiopia, non-resident ambassador to Uganda, from Uganda to Djibouti, the permanent representative of Uganda to the African Union, and the permanent representative of Uganda again to United Nations Economic Commission, to Economic Commission of, to Africa, and also IGAD. I want to begin by appreciating the continent of Africa for accepting to allow Uganda host this, and also allowing voting Uganda as the chair of the Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture and Related Issues. And that is by, we call him His Excellency, but here we'll call him Honorable Tumwebaze. I would like to thank my colleagues, the ambassadors of different countries who are in Ethiopia. I can't believe there are over 40 here. So many ministers of foreign affairs, so many ministers of agriculture, many excellencies, the presidents are here, and heads of state. Today, I want just to talk about our relationship with Ethiopia. It goes back many, many years. But I want you to know the areas that currently we are cooperating on with Ethiopia. Let me begin by a very important pillar, that is Peace and Security Council, and peace and security as a whole at the African Union. Uganda and Ethiopia have put in a lot of effort to make sure that the continent of Africa is pacified. We've worked with Ethiopia, for example, in the pacification of Somalia, under the AMISOM, under the ATMIS, and now we believe we are going to work together at what we call the AUSAM as the post-ATMIS arrangement for peace and security, of Somalia. We are also trying to work very hard on the economic front. We've not taken off very well, but I'm also very happy to report to you that from 16th and 17th this month, immediately after the summit, there's going to be a joint permanent ministerial commission on the Uganda side and the Ethiopian side. Many ministers, many leaders of the MDAs are going to be in Addis Ababa, so that we try to iron out our areas, different areas where we have our cooperation. Amongst them will be economic front. Ethiopia is a permanent friend to Uganda, and that is how they treat us. Ethiopia is the country that hosts the African Union. It's the backbone of Africa. Addis Ababa is the capital city of Africa. That is why it is hosting the African Union. So receiving the president himself, coming for the extraordinary summit of Caadp in Kampala, to me is an honor, first of all, and also confirming the bondage that we have as brothers and sisters of this continent. I would like to thank UBC for accepting to let me officially welcome on behalf of Uganda my host president, who takes care of us at the permanent mission that we have in Addis Ababa. We feel like we are at home. May I say thank you once.
When we talk of issues of agriculture, how related are we with Ethiopia?
Ethiopia and Uganda are doing a lot of work in the area of agriculture, but I would like to mention one thing that the Prime Minister did immediately he became the Prime Minister, that is His Excellency Abiy. He said he wanted to plant every year 2.5 billion trees. Not only trees, but also trees which are edible and can be sold. But I would like to let you know that in the last year, already they had planted 25 billion trees, which has totally changed the weather of Ethiopia, in that they're already exporting things like the avocado, and they have become self-sufficient in grains, especially the wheat, and now they're exporting some. We are also working very hard under the Ministry of Agriculture to make sure that we don't only work to sustain the families in the area of feeding, but we are working to make sure that we have something else to sell, and that relates us with Ethiopia very much. I would also like to say that the Prime Minister of Ethiopia is the champion of agriculture at the African Union, and our President is the champion of integration at the African Union. And therefore the two also work together, that we have a relationship that only doesn't benefit the two countries but benefits the continent. So yesterday I told you that I didn't want to preempt what is going to take place, but I would quickly say that we are looking at agriculture as the backbone of the sustainable development of Africa, that we have a young population that can be engaged in agriculture, that we have to add value to our products, that we have to find a way of making sure that our products of a high quality and can compete in the markets here and abroad. We also want to make sure that the financing of agriculture is done, and that is the document that the heads of state and government will look at tomorrow. Yesterday, the ministers of agriculture looked at the document. Today, both the ministers of agriculture and the ministers of foreign affairs are going to look at the document, and tomorrow they are going to present it to the presidents.
Okay, Your Excellency, let's look at our president here, His Excellency Kaguta Museveni. He has said this so many times: our borders don't matter. For this case, as leaders convene here in Kampala, how do we have to tackle this issue of borders? Are we getting something good out of it?
We are trying to work on the free movement of the persons, of the services, and the products to different countries in the continent. We've not gotten there, but we are somewhere. The East African community has managed to do that. The borders don't matter if we are to trade, if we are to live in harmony with each other, but we are getting there. Have I told you about the African Continental Free Trade Area, where Africans can now trade in their numbers of 1.2 billion together in Africa and beyond Africa, so that we are able to make sure that we benefit from the trade. We are stronger when we are together with the same legal frameworks that can be respected by others. So if we trade as individuals, it's not good, and it is not very beneficial. May I also tell you that if we have agriculture, we are also saying that why our people malnourished, we must look at the area of nutrition at that level. And I would like to say that, not to preempt what the presidents will come in to tell us at a strategic level, because what they are doing now is a strategic direction that they are going to give the continent in the area of agriculture. I think we must know that this is not something we are playing about. The Caadp will now become the Kampala Declaration for 10 years. What a legacy. I would like to say that it is possible, but only when we work smart, work together, and know where we'd like to go. Thank you.
Lastly, before I let you go, you have been here. Just let's tap into our local understanding. If someone called you today morning or tomorrow and asked, Your Excellency, what would be my take home out of this Caadp? How would you respond to such a call?
Your take home is that when we act smart in the area of climate change, in the area of agriculture with the right methods, using our scientists, and knowing that agriculture is not only for you to eat, but agriculture is for you to make a living. Your cutoff point is that 65 to 70% of the arable land still are in Africa. Other continents do not have young people whom they can engage even in agriculture. Africa has that. We have to make sure that our youth stay here, then they are able to use agriculture to change their whole world. And it is possible because we have the good land. We have educated people who understand science. So I'm saying this is for you. It's for Africa, beginning from Uganda. Thank you.
Well, well, it is very, very interesting. But to the youth, like their High Excellency has just winded it up, it all comes back to us. This is our country, and we must involve in whatever is needed to ensure that we can push this beautiful country, Uganda, to another level. We want to pause it from this point as we wait for the arrival. Now, we have confirmed next on the runway of Entebbe International Airport will be the President of the Republic of Ethiopia. For now, let me hand back to the broadcast house, but our eyes and ears are on ground to give you the live updates in as far as this summit is concerned. I'm Robert Onyango.
Thank you, UBC. I used to be your guest every time. I must get back. If I can't be in your studio physically, I want to request that we have virtual meetings every time there's something, so that I make my contribution on a lot of work that we are doing back in Ethiopia and across the continent. Thank you.
So much our continent, then information from one country to the other, more so on developments, is very important. Now, Robert Onyango at Entebbe Airport, where arrivals are taking place, at least it's been confirmed that the President of Ethiopia will be any time from now in the country, and of course well welcomed because Her Excellency is already there to welcome the President. Now, one of the areas, and among the key points she talked about is we've had several arrangements, cooperation with Ethiopia. It's been a long-time friend in the areas of peace and ensuring that there is peace on the African continent, but also in the area of agriculture and also for other forms of economic, that is a development amongst the two countries, that is Uganda and Ethiopia. But also she talked about how best we can achieve that vision of having an Africa free of hunger, an Africa where poverty is something we can eliminate, an Africa where we don't only talk about 65% of the world's arable land being on this continent, but where we've fully utilized that opportunity for Africa to be the world's food basket, and none of the member states goes out to call for aid when it comes to food. Now, she talked about act smart, acting smart, that yes, this is going to be the third declaration, the third plan of 10 years, Maputo, Malabo, now Kampala. But if we don't act smart, if we don't work together, if we are not focused, we may not achieve this. Working smart, working together, and being focused. She talked of having together, if we have the same legal frameworks to push this agenda. Why the same? That if my standards for certain commodity, a certain produce, say maize, one would say you may never have maize where there aren't aflatoxins, but what level of aflatoxins are tolerable? If Uganda has another percentage, Kenya has its own, DRC has its own, then you can't have free trade in those cereals, free trade in your grain. But if you have the same legal framework, that will mean what is good for Uganda is accepted in Tanzania, is accepted in Ethiopia, is accepted in Zimbabwe. Now, that is very important for continental trade. It is very, very important. Now, what you're seeing on your screen, that is what transpired yesterday. That is the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, yesterday when she was opening the first session, the meeting of Ministers for Agriculture on the African continent attending the Caadp Summit in Munyonyo. That was yesterday during the opening. Well, she also noted some of the very critical issues that we must follow. Her Excellency, just with Robert Onyango, expressed the issue of high quality. Now, when we talk about high quality produce, she also mentioned financing in agriculture. Now, one of the targets of Caadp is to increase investment in agriculture. Increase investment in agriculture. Now, you can't increase investment in agriculture if you do not increase funding. It is automatic that for you to increase investment in agriculture, you must as well increase funding. Now, also important, she noted that agriculture is the backbone for Africa's development. Agriculture is the backbone for Africa's development, meaning if Africa wants to develop and attain the African Agenda 2063, we must prioritize agriculture, and that is why we came to that. But of what you're seeing on the split screen is Parliament is in session to honor the late Segirinya Muhammad, Member of Parliament for Kawempe North, who passed on yesterday morning at Rubaga Hospital. He was serving his first term as a Member of Parliament, and he had been in and out of hospital for some time. Now, we are seeing Parliament, they are honoring Honorable Segirinya Mohammed, and of course the burial program was communicated, and we shall be giving you also those updates. I'm seeing Honorable Sewungu, I think that is Karungu East Member of Parliament. Of course, one has to pass the motion, then it will be seconded, and the various members of Parliament will, of course, eulogize, give what they knew about the Honorable Member of Parliament, his achievements, and so on. But also remember, yesterday we lost two members of Parliament, Honorable Segirinya Muhammad and Honorable Margaret Babadiri, who has been a Member of Parliament for representing persons with disabilities in Parliament. She has been one of those longest-serving members of Parliament. But now what is happening is a session to honor, to pay tribute to Honorable Mohammed Segirinya. But as that happens, yes, anytime we shall have the official opening of that is the Ministers for Agriculture and Foreign Affairs session, which is to dominate day 2. And a number of these sessions are actually closed sessions. So we may not have live coverage of that, but the Ministers for Agriculture and Foreign Affairs will be meeting to look at this framework paper that was worked on with the leadership of Uganda, because our Minister for Agriculture, Animal Husbandry and Fisheries, when Uganda was elected to chair, that was in 2023, to chair the Africa Union Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment. Now, we embarked on the journey to see that we consult the technocrats on the African continent, the technocrats in Uganda, wide consultation. That's what Honorable Frank Mwebaze told us, to have that good job done and come up with this paper that is, when adopted, it will be the Kampala Declaration, and that will be the blueprint of what we are going to be following as a continent for the next 10 years. Well, in case you have just joined us, what you're seeing on the split screen is live. Footage coming in from Parliament, where they're paying special tribute to Honorable Mohammed Segirinya, and that is Honorable Sewungu taking on the floor to speak about this young, gallant son of Uganda who did so much as far as social media content. He was always there to create Mr. Update, but also inspire many when it comes to knowing that no matter what, you can break all odds and make it to your dream. One may ask, Caadp, yes, very important. But for a long time, we've said this is going to be the third declaration. We had the Maputo, we had the Malabo, and now it's going to be the Kampala Declaration. But what is the main aim? What are we looking at? Well, we are looking at how best can we ensure that Africa is food secure. We do not beg as the African continent. We do not have a country that is lacking food or these continuous outbreaks of famine because our agri-food systems are not resilient. But also ensure that we promote development through agriculture-led systems. To ensure we increase what our governments allocate to agriculture. How do we increase our national budgets to ensure that we are able to get more monies allocated to give into agriculture? When we look at the principles of Caadp, one being agricultural growth through sustainable annual GDP growth of at least 6%. These are the principles that we are following to see that we achieve the growth of Africa and the aim of Caadp. Public-private partnerships. It is not only looking at government initiatives, but how does government support the private sector in these African countries? How do our governments support the private sector? How do we see the private sector working together with government, which we call the private-public partnerships, to boost agriculture in these countries and establish or strengthen partnerships between these. Now, job creation. Many of African countries are suffering with unemployment. We're proud of having a good number of our population being youth. Africa, we are blessed because you have a very young population. But then there comes in a question, is this population productive? You have 65% of the world's fertile Arab land, and you have the youngest population on the continent. But then the question is, how come this young population is lacking jobs? So, Caadp, one of the Caadp principles is job creation in that area. Sustainable land management. That is extending the area under sustainable land management and reliable water control systems. Today, we talk of climate change, but you'll find if there is any continent, yes, other continents except Africa, when we look at the Asian tigers, when we look at, talk about China, talk about USA, they could be having this challenge through industrialization, still which is job creation. Here we are, Africa, where we are blessed and our potential is so great in agriculture, but we are destroying our own environment. We don't have land management systems that are very okay and can preserve and save this land and for generations to come. So one of those principles of Caadp is to ensure sustainable land development. Now, rural infrastructure. Much as it's agriculture, infrastructure matters so much. How do we as African countries have infrastructure that can enable, for example, intertrade amongst African countries? If someone grows crops here, how are they going to take them to South Sudan, to Rwanda, to Burundi, to Zambia, to Ethiopia? If you do not have the airlines, you do not have the road network, still that means that Africa will lag behind. It's the most blessed and gifted continent. Now, looking at food supply, increase food supply and reduce hunger. This is another challenge of Africa, that as we speak, sometimes we have bumper harvests. You hear how people in Kenya are stuck with maize, how people in Uganda are stuck with maize. But then, after a very short period, you hear there is hunger. Now you ask yourself, how come you had too much that even you are looking for markets to sell. And now how come you have so little that you're calling for aid to come so that you're able to feed your population? So food supply chains is something that is very important and a principle of the Caadp. Now, agriculture research. Earlier on, we had a researcher from one of our research institutes when it comes to agriculture. How is Africa, as a major principle of the Caadp, how is Africa investing in research? When we talk about climate change, the truth is climate change is a reality. But the challenge is you to look for how best to adopt, how best to be resilient. You have to carry out research. Now, Africa cannot develop its agriculture sector if Africa is not carrying out research. If Africa is not investing in research, research to discover resistant crop varieties to the various shocks that affect Africa. The scientist we had has just told us that, well, through research, we can discover crop varieties that can withstand a long period of drought. Now, that will mean that we have been having hunger or people lacking what to eat because it has not rained for a long time. Now, that will be a gone issue because the crops that people will be growing will be able to withstand. And that's why the theme is building agri-food systems that are resilient. Now, when you have crops and you've done research and you've come up with varieties that can withstand hard times, that means those people will have what to eat. In the long run, Africa will not have lack of food on the continent because of those shocks. So when you look at those principles, it is very clear that if followed, indeed, we shall be able to realize the Africa's Agenda 2063, but also these various declarations, the Maputo, the Malabo, and now coming the Kampala Declaration, will mean a lot of sense. Will mean a lot of sense because we'll have followed these principles and then we shall have solved the challenges of Africa. Remember, the ambassador, Her Excellency, Uganda to Ethiopia, has just said that agriculture is the backbone to Africa's development. But we must act smart, we must act fast, we must be focused as African countries. Today, we are having ministers of agriculture on the African continent meet, ministers of foreign affairs on the African continent meet, and then tomorrow the presidents will crown it all. But 10 years back, the same meeting, maybe the leaders could have been different. For example, Ethiopia, here we are having another president, and some of the African continents have a 5-year term. Some may not have returned. But they came up with a declaration. And that becomes a challenge. Now, in a very short time, we'll be going back to Entebbe Airport, with Robert Onyango, where the Ethiopian president will be arriving so that we get more details regarding this arrival, and anytime Robert Onyango will be moving there. But like I said, 10 years, these presidents arrived in a certain country. And we had the Malabo Declaration. What were the key highlights of this declaration? What did they recommend? One, recommit to Caadp principles and values, what I've just been talking about. Now, 2 was increase investment in agriculture. We agreed that let's increase investment in agriculture. Have we done that? For Uganda's case, I must say, to a certain level we have. When we talk about the parish development model, ensure that we increase investment in agriculture so that the 38% of our population that is out of the money economy, we bring it in the money economy. When we talk about monies government is putting in Uganda Development Bank for farmers, for the private sector to come and borrow this money, that is an increase. When we talk about programs like wealth creation that we're giving people heifers, seedlings, and all that, that is an increase in agriculture. but it's just a drop in the ocean. Now, when you look at another was end hunger by 2025. We've seen stories all over Africa where people are dying because of hunger. People are dying because they lack what to eat. Because they lack what to eat. So we've seen many who are dying. So 2025 target that we set 10 years back, we've not achieved it to the lighter. Maybe we've had some achievements. But when you look at your screen, yes, that is Parliament in session, and they're paying special tribute to the late Member of Parliament for Kawempe North, Honorable Muhammad Segirinya. I think that is Sibambi, yes, Honorable Sibambi on the floor there, and of course various members of Parliament will be taking on to speak about the late. And so much the Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honorable Annette Among is in charge of the House this morning, and that is what is happening. But like I told you, anytime we'll be switching to Entebbe International Airport, where Robert Onyango will be there as we see the arrival, yes, that is up there, the arrival of the Ethiopian president to come and attend. That is tomorrow, where we shall be having the heads of states crown it all with their meeting at the Caadp summit that is ongoing. That is the arrival of Ethiopia's president. We're having that split screen, and under is Parliament in session regarding Honorable Segirinya, who is no more, who died yesterday morning, and they're paying special tribute. Now, as we still watch that, we were still looking at what did we agree as countries to achieve in the next 10 years. Now, and reduce poverty by a half by 2025. This is one of the issues that was arrived at 10 years. And each of these has recommit to. Now, we agreed that come this very year, 2025, at least on the African continent, we must have ended poverty by a half. The truth is, that is far-fetched. Now, increase intra-Africa trade in agriculture goods. One would say we've had some improvements. For example, in the East African community, we've always talked about free movement of persons, goods, and services. And of course, we've had various bodies, COMESA, SADC, where if you are a member state, you have an upper hand in bringing in goods, in moving. But still, we've had issues that the Honorable Prime Minister, Robin Nabanja, talked about at the opening of yesterday's session of Ministers for Agriculture, where she said that we still have trade barriers. Much as 10 years we agreed that let's remove these trade barriers. We are simply separated by borders, but we are one person. We still have those small things that are hindering us. For example, no similar legal framework to guide movements. In some East African countries, my national ID can allow me to move. In another East African country, I'll need a passport. In one African country, I'll need a visa. In the other, I may not. In one African country, because they drive on another side, their vehicles, if I move goods from Kampala in one truck, when I enter that country, I have to offload and put in a truck of that country. So we still have some of these barriers. And 10 years, we agreed to ensure that we do not have any of these barriers. Now, increase resiliency and also productivity in production systems and eliminate elements of climate change. This is also a long way. We've had some research. Honorable Frank Tumwebaza, Minister for Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries, talked about the 5 regional centers of excellency. That is in livestock and also in crops. Well, I also said some of these we are still having challenges. But just to remind you, what you're seeing on your screen, we have up the arrival of Ethiopian Prime Minister, of Ethiopian President, and of course, Ugandans are always happy. And you can see very excited, the dancing there, the welcoming of His Excellency. And down here at your screen is Honorable Francis Zake there, Parliament in session, as members of Parliament pay tribute to Honorable Segirinya, former Kawempe North Member of Parliament, who passed on yesterday morning at Rubaga Hospital. That is the arrival of Ethiopia's president, who is here for the Caadp summit that will be kicking off. The presidents will be kicking off tomorrow, and of course that will be the final day, and it will climatize with the passing or adopting, that is the Kampala document that has been worked on thoroughly with all technocrats, ministers, governments of the African continent, a document that is going to shape our agriculture sector for the next 10 years. We will be giving you every update from arrivals to what is happening at Speak Resort, Munyonyo and Conventional Center, except for those closed sessions where the media may not be privy to, but still in our various bulletins, whatever we will have gotten from that, we will give you that 360 coverage of the entire activity right from yesterday, when it commenced, today and tomorrow. The activities are very clear. Yesterday, we had ministers of agriculture, and the Honorable Prime Minister did officiate at that opening. Today, we are expecting and we will be having ministers of agriculture and ministers of foreign affairs, because one of the principles and one of the recommitments in the Malabo Declaration was very clear, to ensure that we promote trade amongst ourselves as African countries, mostly in agricultural produce. So this makes it very necessary to have the ministers of foreign affairs. Then as heads of state, tomorrow they'll also look through this document, and we shall ensure that at the end of the day, the document has been passed, and therefore we will be remaining with implementation, which many of the speakers have actually talked about, that now it's time for Africa not only to set targets, not only to have good principles or good policies, because that we are not lacking. If you look at the Caadp principles, they are very okay if implemented. When you look at the declaration, the Malabo Declaration, the Maputo Declaration, if put in place, it is sufficient enough to transform. The Kampala Declaration, when you analyze, finally when it's out and it's a public document, the brains behind it have done a very tremendous job, sufficient enough to move Africa for the next 10 years, and they have no hunger, and ensure that poverty is eliminated through agriculture. But the challenge is implementation, and also other factors that we may not consider. For example, away from climate change, we have issues of insecurity. You can never grow food when guns are speaking, when the power of the barrel is working. So how do we address these other? When we talk about Africa being a market for what other continents are producing, how receptive are they going to be of what we are sending out? Yes, trade amongst us is okay, but also trade with other continents. Now, how are they are manufacturing seed to come to Africa? They're manufacturing pesticides, acaricides to come to Africa. Now, Africa is working so hard that it can send to them. Now, these are factors that may be encumbrances to us realizing issues of insecurity, issues of those continents that think for us we are supposed to buy from them, but not them to buy from us. Is also another issue that we must look at. You have a very good plan, you have very good policies, but there are those other factors. Climate change is something we can sort out. If you have the resistant varieties, if you have proper, sustainable land management systems, deforestation, we go for afforestation. We have organic fertilizers. We have animal breeds that are resistant. We have crop varieties, researchers, every day they are developing that are resistant. That I believe Africa can get there. But what is Africa going to do for those that think what they manufacture should come to Africa in the field of agriculture? How receptive are they going to be? What is Africa going to do when it comes to budgets that we can't fund 90% of our budget? We want to increase allocations in agriculture. But some of these monies we borrow are conditioned. Yes, your budget, you have these trillions, but this amount of money we can help you to go into science and technology, to go into space. For some come in for democracy and good governance. Now, if you do not, he who pays the piper determines the tune. So these are some of the intriguing factors that are disturbing Africa. And as we address this broader picture, I think it is very important they are considered. The good thing and the hope that we have is Caadp is a result of the African Union. Now, the African Union, AU, has various organs that tackle different challenges on the African continent. We have those that deal with peace and security. We have those that deal with health. Now we have Caadp that focuses on agriculture. So can they move in tandem? Can they move in tandem to see that we can realize our Africa dream? We can realize our Africa Agenda 2063, as we know that Caadp will be the backbone, will be the key strategy for us to get there. Because we may talk about industrialization, but maybe we don't have that upper hand compared to other continents. We may talk about technology. Maybe we do not have that upper hand, much as we are talking about modernization and using technology. But there is something Africa has an upper hand than any other continent. It has a young population. Other continents are suffering with their population. They are aging, they are the old majority. But above all, it has 65% of the world's arable land. 65% of the world's land that food can grow, that animals can grow. In Africa, we've been carrying out agriculture for God and my country. You eat a mango, you throw the seed, that mango will germinate. Then you will say, my mango tree. Not many continents can you do that. But how come such a continent, then its people are poor, is relying on other continents for assistance? Well, on your screen is what transpired yesterday, where the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Uganda was officiating at the opening of the Caadp Summit session of Ministers of Agriculture. And she highlighted a number of issues, but was very, very clear. She said, time for action is now. Time for action is now. Planning, we are excellent. Policies, we are excellent. But how do we ensure that actually we do plan very well and implement what we have been planning all around? So, and today, yes, we are expecting ministers of foreign affairs and also ministers for agriculture. They will be actually meeting, and when that happens, we'll be telling you about that. But the Ethiopian president, yes, earlier on we showed you plans for any time him getting into the country, and we'll of course be updating you with that, giving you 360 coverage of the Caadp Kampala summit. We're very excited because we know anytime at the closure of these 3 days summit, we shall have the adaptation of the working document or framework paper that our own minister or Uganda has been heading and chairing since 2023 the task force, which is the Africa Union Specialized Technical Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment, which has seen the drafting of what is going to be adopted and finally known as the Kampala Declaration. And when we have that, we shall be very sure of our next path as members of the African Union states on how best we should move to attain, to achieve our agenda 20, that is 63, but also for the next 10 years, how we are going to move. Africa has a dream. Africa has an agenda. And these are some of the initiatives that African leaders in 2002, where I had the NEPAD and the FAO meeting, felt that we should have something that focuses on agriculture. And in 2003, the first meeting of African ministers of agriculture in Rome adopted and established the Caadp, which has been moving on, doing some work. We had the Maputo Declaration as the first. Then after 10 years, it was followed by the Malabo Declaration, and now we are talking about the Kampala Declaration. These will now be 3 documents. The question is, what did the first documents come up with? What was in this declaration? What were we able to achieve? In the second, what were we able to achieve? And now in the third, as we move on, are we able to consolidate? Are we able to push what we commit as countries to do and see that we boost agriculture, we eliminate hunger, we eliminate poverty or reduce poverty by a half, and Africa becomes that desired continent. Anytime from now, I'll be joined by a guest on set with whom we shall still be discussing matters of agriculture. How best does this summit capture, and how best do we stand to benefit as a people of Uganda, as a people of Africa on this great continent? Gifted yet poor. Gifted yet its young population still has challenges to feed itself. When you look at our UBOS report, the recent report, it shows that 4 in every 10 Ugandans struggle to find what to eat. 4 in every 10 Ugandans struggle to find what to eat. But when you look at Uganda, even Karamoja, where we talk about experiencing a dry spell, it has one of the fertile soils in Uganda. Now, with me, I've been joined by the Vice Chairperson, Uganda Forum for Agro Advisory Services. He's with me, Dr. Richard Miro, Senior Researcher and of the College of Agriculture and Environment Science. Doctor, you're most welcome.
Well, thank you so much. Pleased to meet you again.
Now, first things first.
Yeah.
Doctor, for our viewer, just a little of what exactly does the College of Agriculture, Science and Environment do?
Good morning, dear viewers. My name is Dr. Richard Miro. I'm a senior lecturer in the Department of Extension, or what we call Agriculture Extension and Innovation Studies, within the College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences. The College of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences at Makerere University is a college responsible for conducting training for undergraduate students, master's students, and PhD students, but also it's involved in agricultural research, as well as what we call outreaching, or sharing what we know with the community and society and the business and also industry. So that's those are our 3 core mandates.
And the interesting factor, and the most interesting part of it is when you look at the principles of Caadp, and I think that is about principle 5. But first, the president of Ethiopia is arriving, and that is what we are seeing on our screen. And of course, Robert Onyango is at the airport there, and for anything, of course, we promised you 360 degrees, and that is, yes, he's jetted in the country, and anytime from now, he will disembark from the jet, and of course, that is what is on your screen. But Doctor, to continue, one of the Caadp principles, and also when you look at the Maputo, when you look at the Malabo declarations, all talk about increased research in agriculture.
Yes.
Now, even all the guests actually so far that have spoken, when we look at the Commissioner, African Union on Agriculture and Blue Economy, Sanitation, she stressed that. The Ethiopian Minister of Agriculture, almost every speaker is talking about investment in research. Now, what relevance is research, and how can this research propel Africa to the desired continent?
Well, thank you again. Appreciate it so much. Yes, investments have to be made in agricultural research to produce technologies, innovations that can, one, increase agricultural productivity so that we have more produced per unit area, or more cattle raised per unit area, or more chickens, basically, but also technology that can be used, research and for technology that can be used for value addition, because beyond increased production, we now need also technology that can help us do agro-processing and also preparing products that can be consumed by an ever-increasing middle class, both within and I think communities which are no longer relying on peasantry agriculture, but as you are aware, increasingly people go out there and buy from supermarkets. So those products that are value added require technology that has also to be operatable at industrial scale. So research has to go into all of that. Research has to go into food safety. We are now talking about agri-food systems. The fact that also our food has to be safe, has to be nutritious, and no longer the type of food that...
well, sorry to interject or cut you short. What you're seeing on your screen is the arrival of the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Jessica Alupo, at the Speak Resort Munyoyo and Conventional Center, where she is going to officiate at the opening of Day 2, where we shall be having ministers of agriculture and ministers of foreign affairs on the African continent under the African Union meet today to deliberate and discuss more of the framework paper that will eventually culminate into the Kampala Declaration, the Caadp Kampala Declaration 2025. Now, the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Vice President has arrived. And on the other side, we see Ethiopian that we've been working on since 2023 and being the chair of the Specialized Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, where our Minister, Honorable Frank Trumebaze, has been